TikTok in 3, 2, 1. All right, what up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Inauguration day. How the hell are you feeling? Yeah, maybe you got the guy you wanted, or maybe you don't like the guy we got. We're going to talk about that. Trump gave multiple speeches. Multiple speeches today. Now, I'm doing my day job. You know, I have a day job. I don't just live online like some folks. I do have to go to work every day. And I'm online. I mean, I walk around all damn day with, a little earphone in my ear. So I got the speeches, one of these little things. You'll see me sometimes doing my live videos with this shit in my ear. So I usually have some news or a news-based show piping in my ear most of the day. I fall asleep to News Nation and Fox News a lot. So I listen to a lot of news. But anyway, what did you guys think? What did you think of the inauguration speech? Do you think that he knocked it out of the park? Was he too doom and gloom? Did he miss a few things? I'd like to hear from you folks. Now, right after he got rid of, or better yet, once he completed the inauguration speech, he then went to another facility and he had another speech where he said the audience was much younger and better looking or whatever the case may be. That's when the real Trump came out. The January 6th hostages, the stolen election. I mean, that's when the real Trump came. So if you saw the inauguration speech, if you recorded several hours of what's been on TV today, particularly on the right-wing networks, because I was going between MSNBC and Fox News because they don't all cover it. You know, Fox is obviously pro-Trump, so anytime Trump is on TV, Fox is going to cover it. MSNBC is anti-Trump, so if it ain't something that is pertinent, something that's very important, MSNBC is probably going to give you their own opinion of the Cliff Notes. So the second speech was not covered on the left-wing networks. It's on Fox. So you need to hear that second speech because that was real Trump when he got into, and he talks about in the speech how Melania, and I don't know who else he said, but I know he said Melania Trump told him not to say this stuff at the inauguration, that it was too controversial, too harsh. And so his second speech, he says all this stuff that, according to him, his wife and I guess one of his handlers or somebody told him not to say. So you need to hear that second speech. That's real Trump, you know, how he feels about border security and taking Panama, which he said some of that during the inauguration speech as well. But you got to hear the second speech. So we're going to talk about the inauguration, certainly because that is what's happening. In fact, he's still, it's still going on. I mean, they're at the Capital One Arena right now. I got that played on in the background, but he's been speaking all day long. So we're going to talk about that. Things you may have favored, things you may have thought was ridiculous, promises you think he can keep, promises that are ridiculous. We'll talk about that. Also, what I want to talk about as well, we're on TikTok now. Now, of course, my audience, we're on YouTube and Instagram and all of these sites right now. But in regards to TikTok, now I made a video and I gave Trump credit because I do not believe TikTok would be operating if it wasn't for President Trump intervening. I believe he's the reason we are now able to use TikTok again. So I did a quick video and I said, thank you, Trump. Something simple. I don't believe in playing for one team so much that you cannot call out a good base hit or a double or a home run or a good catch from the other side. Listen, there's millions of Americans that, make money off of TikTok. It's a good outlet for them. Some people make a whole living off of TikTok. If he saved it, he deserves credit. So I gave him credit. And a lot of people hammered me for that. So what I want to ask you folks today is, do you believe there was a scam in play? In other words, an arsonist getting credit for putting out the fire. Some are suggesting that Trump and his minions, so to speak, deliberately let TikTok get banned so that he could get credit for restoring it. I want to hear from you folks, because I've heard from people saying that Trump is essentially playing the role of the arsonist, expecting credit for putting out the fire. My opinion is different. Like I said, I gave the guy credit. The video I posted giving them credit, I was amazed at how many people was favorable to that. I mean, I posted that video on TikTok and it's over 100,000 people have seen it already. I didn't expect that. You know, normally I post a video, a few thousand people see it, so what? You know, maybe get a few dozen comments or what. Hundreds of likes, hundreds of responses. So some folks were indeed saying that Trump is literally the arsonist trying to take credit for putting out the fire. So we'll talk about that. So looking in the comments as right off the bat, let me let you folks know, because some of my viewers are new, as always, and then some of you folks are certainly ones that tune in. We are a uncensored program. As long if the platform will let you speak, damn it, so will I. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including your host. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. Always have been that way, always will be that way. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well, but MAGA tends to be my preferred guest. So we'll get this show going. Looking in the comments, he rambled about Texas governor for 20 minutes. LOL. So yeah, it was a ramble. Yeah, he talked about Greg Abbott, but I'm going to tell you something. I think Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, and to a lesser degree, Ron DeSantis, they deserved credit because busing those migrants to Chicago and New York, as inhumane as that shit was, and it absolutely was inhumane as hell, it had political value to it. It made liberals in those cities look towards Trump because they wanted those immigrants out of there as well. I've been talking about that on the show. I got family that, I'm from Chicago, so my family is in Chicago, and I got folks that have voted Democrat all their lives who are like, we need to get these immigrants out of this city. That's all because of Governor Greg Abbott. All of those immigrants were not going to flood Chicago if things had been left to chance. Some of them immigrants coming in may have went to Milwaukee or Denver or Seattle. They were not all going to flood Chicago like that. That was artificially done by Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis of Florida. And it had value. It worked. It made more people entertain voting for Trump. It did work. So, by the way, tap the screen. Certainly on TikTok, tap the screen, get my likes up. In fact, on all of the platforms, feel free to show the program some love. Tap the like button. I'm still learning Instagram. We're on Instagram Live right now too. I'm learning it. I don't know how to help the algorithm on Instagram, so we'll do that. I'm going to start taking calls though. Thank you for speaking truth. Chris, I appreciate that because half of my audience don't think I know shit. So I'm always going to give some credibility to those who think that, at the end of the day, I'm not a know-it-all. I don't know all the facts. That's why I entertain having a free speech platform. But sometimes I get it right. I mean, even a clock is right twice a day, right? So going straight to the box, we'll go straight to the one and only DJ Julio. Good evening, Julio. So I'm assuming you saw some of the inauguration speeches today?
I took the whole day off. It was a holiday at my house.
Oh my! Well, so you really want to give credit to Martin Luther King, right?
Hey, listen, he was born on the best day ever.
It's his birthday, but it's not. I don't think it's not officially his birthday. They just give it's on a Monday all the time. It's not really his actual birthday though.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's news to me.
But you took the day off in honor of Martin Luther King, right?
That's the reason I took the day off, yep.
Okay.
And then by proxy, I got to watch the inauguration.
Okay. What did you think of it?
I like that they put it inside. It was more intimate. The vocalist sounded really good inside.
You think that there was any possibility that maybe his security was fearful that if he was outside, he may get another Pennsylvania earache?
I think that's definitely what was on the list of things that brought it inside. I think a lot of it was the temperature. 25 degrees isn't bad, but when you're sitting out there for 3 hours, it gets bad.
Yeah.
I've watched folks sit outside damn near overnight just to see the ball drop on New Year's Eve in Times Square. But they can't sit out for something that only happens once every 4 years. Did you see the Philadelphia Eagles game where they had that close call? The stadium never emptied. They're in the snow.
I heard you saying that on one of your shorts. I watched one of your shorts and was like, really, Tim? You're going to equate alcohol-induced thermal barriers to the inauguration.
You think everybody on New Year's Eve waiting to see the ball drop are all alcohol induced?
I would say that if you're at Times Square watching the ball drop, I would say probably 80% of you are drinking. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm just simply saying you're talking about 25 degrees. That ain't that damn cold. I mean, I don't drink at all. I don't drink at all, and I used to have an outdoor security job.
Yeah, no, for us up north and in the Midwest, no, 25 isn't that cold. Am I going to want to sit outside and watch the ball drop? If I'm drinking, yeah. If not, I'm going inside. No. If I'm going to watch a football game, if I'm drinking, I'll go outside. But if I'm not, I'm inside because it's cold as shit.
I don't know. I think that's BS. 25 degrees ain't that damn cold.
I think that when you look at the amount of elderly people that are there, thin-skinned individuals, I think that was a good excuse. That was enough. There you go. Inside without making it without putting whoever made the threats on the national news. I think that was the best option for the
I think it was security issues, but they didn't want to come out and admit it, which also leads to the question of how likely is Trump going to be having outdoor events in the future? Because he is a security risk. I mean, there are a lot of people that would like to see him drop because he's constantly attacking people.
Yeah, but when you're doing an intimate rally, they set up those bulletproof barriers around him. Yeah. They were doing that after he got popped in the ear. They were doing that. But when you look at the stage that they were going to be on, if they were to be outside, that's a lot of glass they'd have to bring in.
And there's also skyscrapers and things like that was all down the street and things like that.
And optics aren't good. So if optics aren't going to be good, we don't want America to be afraid. We're going to move everybody inside.
Fair enough.
I think it was smart on all parts.
All right, well, he's back in there. So he's back in there now. What do you think of Biden's pardon list? Literally moved all of his enemies out the way so he can't get to any of them. Talking about Milley, we're talking about Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. He moved all of his enemies out the way.
The fact that Biden did that says we're all guilty.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
I don't buy that. I think that...
Why would you pardon someone that's innocent and has done no wrong?
Because
they might get drug in court? No, that's absolute bullshit, and it's a cover just to make them look strong. They're a bunch of pussies who are freaking guilty from the get, and Joe said, I'm going to pardon you. That's the last thing I can do for you.
Yeah, I disagree with that. If Trump can say that, Trump stated that the justice system can be weaponized, so is it not possible that he could weaponize it too?
Listen, it's very possible, but you got to remember, Trump in office pardoned 265 people.
Okay, what's your point?
Biden has in total now has pardoned 4,200 fucking people.
Yeah, but you're counting the federal pardons for.
I'm counting all of the pardons.
Yeah, I mean that's if you say I don't believe in the death penalty. I mean that's not like a personal individual pardon. I mean you're counting most of the people you're talking about are probably a bunch of them.
It could be. It's reckless. It's in my mind. It makes him look bad.
I don't get that.
As soon as I heard that he pardoned his family 20 minutes before the inauguration, tells me that family's dirty.
Here's what I don't get. How can
you don't give a blanket pardon to anybody unless you're trying to protect them from something?
Here's what I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand.
You're worried about Trump opening his mouth and saying that you did
no,
this thing?
I don't understand how the pro-life party is so upset about Biden pardoning people from death row. I thought you believed in saving lives, but he pardons from some death row, and you got a point with it. The problem with it.
Tim, come on, you are not that small-minded. We don't care about guilty death. We care about innocent life.
So what's the difference then? So in other words, you're telling the mom.
What's the difference?
Hang on.
Someone on death row did something.
What you're telling me is that you believe your reason for taking the life is okay, but the mom's is wrong. I mean, if you believe that God is the only one, if you believe that God is the only one that should control the sanctity of life, then there should be no reason that gives a human an excuse to take somebody's life.
I'm pretty sure in there's some scripture that says that if you murder somebody, you shall be stoned to death. I'm pretty sure if there's murder, you could be hung in the Bible. I'm pretty sure if you murdered somebody, you could be crucified in the Bible. So God has clearly put his man on earth to call out those charges.
Well,
that's why we can do that.
Well, we're going to go by the Bible.
That's why when you kill somebody, your life is over. Whether it's in jail for the rest of your life or under the ground in a damn box.
Well, if you're going to go by what's in a good book, I'm pretty sure that thou shalt not kill is in there. It talks about you can beat your slaves. It talks about women shouldn't work but on the Sabbath day. How much of this you going with?
I'm all in.
All right, then. So if you don't believe in killing, thou shalt not kill, then death row goes against what's in the Bible.
No, because again, you're missing what I said. When God sets aside man to carry out his punishments, God put people there to crucify people. God put people there to stone those people. Those people who can live with that. That is their job by God. So if I'm in a jail system, and my job is to carry out. Now I will say this. I do agree that if a imposes the death penalty and the family imposes the death penalty, the family and the judge both need to be the ones to pull the trigger. That's how it's in the Bible.
Yeah. In my opinion, if you are pro-life, you're pro-life. You're telling a woman, I don't think your reason.
Innocent life, pro-innocent life.
I don't. But that could be. But DJ, that could be anything. Now we're talking about right now in America, you don't get put on death row unless you murder somebody. But it used to be for stealing horses. I mean, you could pick any reason to say, well, now I think this is a justifiable reason to take a life. But the mom shouldn't. You're never going to get a mom the reason to do it. It's just up to you to decide. To me, that just sounds biased.
Tim, what are you going to do if somebody comes in your house, starts stealing your house, and you're in there with your Glock? What are you going to do?
If I got to save my life, that's one thing. You're not saving anybody. Hold on.
Yes,
You're not saving anyone. Hang on. You're not saving anybody's life. Hold on. When you take somebody's life on death row, you are not saving anybody's life. You're doing that strictly as revenge. You already got the killer. He's in jail. He's incarcerated. There is no need to kill him unless you're doing it for revenge.
A life for a life, Tim.
Revenge. That's revenge.
Yeah, you take somebody's life, we are going to save many more because we're going to.
No, you're not. You're taking this. People on death row sometimes don't get executed for 5, 10, 20 years later. This person is old and obviously no threat to society. Most of them walk peacefully to the death chamber.
You're talking all of this, but in the instant where you need to protect something that's yours, you're going to go the exact opposite way you're talking.
I'm 100% with you. If you take a life to save a life, that's one thing. But if the guy's been sitting in death row for 10 years and you walk in there if you walk in there at 9 in the morning and you hit on his cell with a billy club and say, time to go, you're not saving any lives. That guy's been sitting there for 10 years on that bed.
You're saving all kinds of
lives. No, you're not.
We're not going to pay for Tim. If you kill somebody, I'm not willing to have my family suffer so that you can live
how are they suffering?
Life in jail. Let me finish. I'll let you finish.
How are they suffering?
Secondly, to the person who asked why I'm so triggered, because Tim isn't this freaking small-minded. This is what sets me up. Because he's talking to all you liberal fucks to make you feel better, and he has empathy for you. But you know what? Tim's going to kill the first person that steals something, protecting his family. He's going to do that. He's going to kill that son of a gun. And you know what else he's going to do? He's not going to feel bad about it. So all that empathy you're preaching right now is pissing me off.
Okay, I need to know, how are they suffering? You said your family's not going to suffer. How are they suffering?
What do you mean?
You said, I'm not going to let my family suffer by keeping somebody on death row. How are they suffering?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Because I don't want mama tax money to go to the house a murderer.
So now you're going to murder somebody to save tax money. Isn't that what a mom exercising her right to choose? Hold on. Isn't that what a lot of moms, when they decide to go pro-choice, they cite, I can't financially afford a kid right now. You're going to tell me if they say, if that mom wants to do it to save money, it's wrong. But you can take a life to save tax money.
Okay, do you realize that you just equated murder with abortion?
I thought they were the same thing to you.
There's a big damn difference.
Tell me what it is.
The woman that got pregnant that now needs an abortion had an opportunity to be responsible and chose not to, got pregnant. The guy who acted killed somebody, got put in jail until they could get the sentencing done and find him guilty to hang his ass. I don't want to pay past hanging his ass.
You're taking a life to save tax money. Is that the good Christian way?
That is the absolute Christian way.
You're literally killing somebody to save money.
Same-day trial. In the Old Testament, you got a trial. If you murdered somebody, you were dead the same day. They caught you.
Yeah, but if you go by the Old Testament, they could take your life for cheating on your spouse, for stealing somebody's horse. You want to bring all that back to them?
Actually, you get lashings for cheating. You get a hand for a thief. You don't get murder right away. That's only like on the
You don't get murder right away.
The next thing they're taking your head.
So you don't get it right away.
To abortion, there are exceptions. I'm with that. You know that.
Well, the point I'm making is,
I'm so glad the pussies are out of the office and we're gonna freaking start making some money as Americans. That's all I got to say.
oh my God, you really believe that you really believe the average American is going to make more money now that Trump is elected?
I think we're gonna save some money. I mean, with that.
Yeah, by killing a few people.
Come up with.
Yeah, by killing a few people, we're gonna save some money.
Come on. I mean, if we're getting rid of those death row people, yeah, we're not paying taxes for them anymore. They're on death row. It's time to cut the road short.
You really would be okay to justify taking somebody's life sooner to save tax money?
If I took somebody's life unjustifiably, if I'm in the act of a felony, I'm robbing their house, and they pull a gun on me, pew-pew on me, sorry, and I put off the shots before they get the shots off, and I get caught popping somebody in their own house, now I'm on death row, I expect my life to be over.
I don't want it. To me, what you're saying goes completely against the I'm pro-life, pro-Christian argument. You're literally talking about taking somebody's life.
It's because you fail, or for some reason, are deciding not to understand that conservatives are pro-innocent life.
Innocent.
Once you have committed a crime, you are no longer innocent. If that punishment deems death, then that's what it is.
Innocent could be anybody's definition. The Democrat conservatives during slavery thought the Democrats conservatives during slavery would take your life if you escaped from the plantation because you weren't innocent anymore. That could be anybody's definition.
Okay, but we got to remember we're living in 2025.
Are we?
Remember, we're not running. We're not running off of plantations. Well, I tell you what, those of us that have decided to live this life and not be pussies in it anymore, this Generation X that's standing up again, we're going to change shit.
I think you might be expecting a bit much. Trump only has 4 years, and he's not expected to maintain Congress in the midterms. I think he may have bitten off way more than he could chew. He's not going to be able to do all that shit in 4 years. It's just not going to happen.
See, the thing about it is the ideology behind America First. The ideology about putting our citizens first, the blue-collar people,
yeah,
as they were calling us today, as they were calling us in that inauguration today.
Yeah, America First. America First involves taking Panama and Greenland and adding Canada. That's America First. Is that how that works?
I'm pretty sure we dug the trench. I'm pretty sure that it could be called the Gulf of America.
Taking the Gulf, yeah. Changing a body of water. I mean, that's how America First works.
Listen, is it ours?
What's the difference between that and colonization?
Is it ours?
The Gulf of Mexico? No.
Okay. Well, why is it Mexico's?
It ain't no one's.
Okay, so why can't it be called the Gulf of America? Why couldn't it? Just a question. Why couldn't it? Why shouldn't it?
The same people that bitch about changing the name of statues are back in this crap.
No, I get that. As far as Greenland goes, if Greenland wants our military, if Greenland wants our help, they're already an ally.
Greenland does not, the powers that be in Greenland does not want to sell Greenland to the United States. They've made that clear. That would be like convincing some Puerto Rican citizens to say, I don't want to be a part of the United States, and saying that the government of the United States should let Puerto Rico go because you got a few Puerto Ricans that want to be part of something else. The powers that be of Greenland have said, we don't want to sell our territory. You can't go by what some folk in town is saying.
No, and I get that. I'm not saying that they have to or that they should. I'm saying that if they want to become
They don't.
the next state, but if they did, Tim, I'm talking if they did. You're saying they don't. I'm saying if they did. I'm just saying that I think it's a strategic move for America. It'd be a great one.
Yeah, it'd probably be great for us, but not for Greenland.
Canada could definitely benefit from some mega views for sure.
Yeah, right. Send their kid to school and he comes home looking like Swiss cheese. Hey, I'm an American. Last word he said. No, I don't think Canada wants to join America. We got a lot of problems too, you know. Their life expectancy, their happiness index. There's a lot of things about Canada that are actually better. I don't think they want to become part of the United States. They would be happy leaving it as a tourist destination.
What's better in Canada?
Happiness index, quality of life, crime rates are lower. There are things that are better. I believe their medical system is probably, because they have a universal healthcare system, so the impoverished probably live better too.
That's what I was hoping you were going to say. So their medical is like Native American healthcare and veterans healthcare in America. It's not good health care. It's not. I partake in it. It sucks.
It's like, if I didn't have any healthcare at all, I would rather have a rinky-dink system. There are people in America that have nothing, and you're going to tell me, well, this system sucks. I don't have anything. What are you going to tell those folks? You know how many Uber and Lyft drivers and people like in America that work for Amazon have no healthcare at all? You're going to tell me that Canada is worse than that?
Do they not have healthcare by choice?
They can't.
Because those places offer it. On a split.
If you drive for Uber, you don't have any leftover money to purchase healthcare, and if you do, it ain't gonna cover shit. I'll give you the last word.
So then, this is what I would say to people: if we're not making enough on Uber, if we're not making enough on DoorDash, if we're not making enough on Food Dudes, whatever it may be, find yourself a job where you make enough.
Right, and the Canadians don't want you to tell them that same shit. I gotta go.
Yeah, but what I do want to say is I do appreciate you personally recognizing that Donald Trump and the rest of us conservatives have the small businesses such as yourself in mind by getting yourself TikTok back.
All right, we'll end it there.
I watched all of the little people, all the liberals in my family. The liberals aren't the little people, but I watched them all freak out over this fucking TikTok thing. You know what I did? I sat in a hot tub. And was like, fucking hey, I ain't got nothing to play on. I ain't got nothing to swipe. Tim ain't talking. I can't hear him.
I gotta go. I'll talk to you on this side.
I really do. I really appreciate talking to you. I'm glad to see you.
Same.
Back up here.
All right, appreciate that. Appreciate you coming back. And by the way, me and Julio go way back. Julio's always welcome on the program. He is indeed MAGA. As I say, we don't block, ban, or censor. You don't have to have the same political views as a host by any means at all. You can be 100% on the other side. We always say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. Infinity says Trump ain't shit. Musk saluting I don't want to say this to get the apps going, but you know the swastika guys. He says Musk saluting. I saw that. Now I was wondering where people kind of reaching. Elon Musk gave the salute that Adolf used to give with the palm up toward the audience. Well, Infinity is saying that Elon Musk doing that on live television 24 hours to end the war between Ukraine and Russia. That ain't gonna happen. He says the countdown has begun. That is one of the first promises made, not kept, that Trump will have, is promising to end the war in 24 hours. It probably ain't gonna even end in 240 hours. It ain't gonna come close to ending in 24 hours. In fact, you're not gonna hear Trump talking about that no more. That's not to say he ain't behind the scenes trying to do something, but he ain't gonna bring that 24-hour shit up anymore. That's one of his promises already that he made is not going to get kept. I mean, he's been president now for 4 or 5 hours, I think. You think he's going to get it done in the next 20 hours? Probably not. Looking in the comments, is this man blind of Cowboys and Kings? Daddy Trump is back, says Skibidi Toilet Brush. Wow. He is indeed back. He is our president of the United States again, the 47th president. Trump, looking in the comments before we go on to the next caller, if Trump gets half of what he promised, that's more than Joe in 4 years. Well, it depends on what the half is. And it depends on who is responding in kind like yourself, because there's a lot of things that Trump promised some Americans like myself wouldn't favor. Like he promised to give police immunity from prosecution. If he gets that done, that's not a success to me. So it really depends on what he promised. Keep in mind, up till recently, one of his promises was to ban TikTok. Now, I gave Trump credit for restoring TikTok, and I still believe he should get credit for it. But fact is, Biden, Trump, the Republican Congress, and the Supreme Court, which is controlled by Republicans too, for the most part, even though it was a unanimous decision, but those are the entities that's responsible for why TikTok got taken down to begin with. Trump, Biden, the Republican Congress, and the Supreme Court of the United States. That's who got it taken down. Because most likely a hell of a lot of the congressmen, and probably the Supreme Court also, would never have agreed to take TikTok down if Trump was behind the scenes saying, we really need this, this is important for America. He was on board with taking it down originally. And there's a ton of video footage of him saying that. But I give Trump credit for bringing TikTok back because out of all of those entities, he is the only one that changed his mind. And we now have at least a limited period of time, 90 days I think it is, until they relitigate this, but 90 days until they decide to take it down or not. So I give Trump credit for bringing it back, but he is part of the arson crew. He is part of the crew that's responsible for it going down as well. Going back to the box, now I've heard folks say that the TikTok thing is a scam. As I said, arsonists getting credit for putting out the fire. I want to hear from you folks. King Finn, good afternoon. Welcome to the program, King.
Man,
what do you think?
I'm so glad you brought me up right after you said that shit you just said. Because I just want to tell you right now.
Okay.
Dog, that's the biggest bait and switch you ever seen in your life.
What do you mean?
Okay. The reason that TikTok was taken down is because Trump went over there and told Shao Zhuxing, whatever the hell his name is, that he wouldn't let TikTok run no more in America unless he sold half of TikTok to America. So what you seeing for the 17 hours that TikTok was down was them repositioning the damn servers.
Yeah, but I gotta
in North Carolina.
But TikTok did go down under the Biden administration. So it's
okay. So what's your point?
My point is this. Biden, Congress, the Supreme, they on record saying that it should go down too. Trump was not the only one that was critical of TikTok, suggesting it was a threat to national security. He ain't the only one that was saying that.
Maybe you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Maybe.
It's not a political thing. This TikTok going down for 17 hours is not a political thing. TikTok going down for 17 hours was Trump playing bully and boss over China, telling them they needed to sell half of TikTok to America.
But you're skipping over you're skipping over some things, King. First of all, Congress authorized the bill to take TikTok down, and Biden signed it. Do we ignore all of that?
What bill did he sign? See, because here's the thing. What you're not. Another part you're not getting is what was in the rest of that bill. Wasn't the rest of that bill for money for Ukraine?
Well,
because that's what I've been reading. The rest of the part that TikTok was in was pancaked in with all the money he was trying to sign.
I get that there may have been pork. I get that there may have been pork in the bill. There's pork in every bill, but at the end of the day, if you put your signature on it, whatever's in that bill, you get credit for signing it. You signed a bill that took TikTok down.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm okay with him doing that because the Ukraine needs some type of money.
Okay.
Because if we don't, then we have the situation that we have right now. We have some Cheeto orange motherfucker in office who doing whatever the fuck he want to do. And it is what it is. But the concrete point about that is that Trump was the first one to say, we need to get rid of TikTok. We need to get rid of it. He was the champion of bringing down TikTok. Whether or not whoever signed the bill, he was the motherfucker that did it. So everybody's sitting up and TikTok sitting up talking about we're working with Trump and we're so grateful for Trump for bringing TikTok back. He never did. The person that brought TikTok back was Mark Zuckerberg.
Well,
Mark Zuckerberg is the one who's
so you don't get Trump. Wait a minute.
TikTok being back.
You don't get Trump any credit for TikTok being restored at all.
For what? For what?
You gotta be.
What did he essentially do? What did he do? All he did was go over there and tell him, if you don't give me half of TikTok, it can't be in America no more. You know what I would have did? Moved over to red note like everybody else.
I think
fucking deal.
I think you just don't like Trump. I think that Trump's threats and rhetoric.
I don't. You know what? I don't like his rhetoric. I don't like the way he talk. I don't like him. I
get all that. You're not the only one that
do anything.
Yeah, I get that. You're not the only one that doesn't like Trump. There's millions of people that don't like him. But I think there's one thing we can say after seeing Greenland, after seeing Canada and Mexico, start talking about how much they're going to put out of their budget to defend their border. You got Denmark talking about they're going to spend more money to make sure Greenland is more defended. Things are happening because of what he's saying.
Defending against who? Defending Greenland against who?
Well,
because who's up there fucking with Greenland?
Nobody's fucking with Greenland, but Trump was trying to make it sound like this.
Exactly.
But they are doing.
So them saying they're gonna do more to defend Greenland. Nobody's up there fucking with Greenland.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Canada is telling y'all right now. Canada done told y'all a couple different times. Told Trump a couple different times. You keep doing this shit, just like Doug. What's his name? Doug. Somebody. Another one of the people on TV today saying we finna yank all of the American liquor off our shelves. You can keep all of that shit. We don't want it no more.
I think
we're the biggest consumer of American liquor.
I think what your dislike of Trump is causing you to do is not realize his threats and rhetoric is making people move. It is Biden. A lot of these folks were not doing this stuff under Biden. Okay, I get that Biden didn't perceive it to be a problem to begin with, like you said about Greenland. Nobody was doing anything. I understand that. But what I'm saying is those threats like all hell is going to break loose in the Middle East and all of a sudden hostages are coming home and shit. His rhetoric is making people move.
What you're not understanding, what I'm saying to you is very clearly, it's making them move what? Because what you need to understand is all he's doing is asserting his white privilege even more. You don't give him credit for the hostages? You don't give him credit for the hostages coming home? I sure don't. No, I don't. Because he wasn't president.
Would you not? I think you're in a situation where you wouldn't get Trump credit for anything. Sounds like.
No, I wouldn't. Because what did he do?
The man says
something, or respect is earned. It's not given.
The man says if the hostages are not returned by the time I get in office, all hell's going to break loose. And like 3 days before he gets in office, hostages and ceasefires and all kinds of shit is starting to be made when Biden has been trying to get this stuff done for months. You don't give him no credit at all for that.
No, I don't.
Oh, come on. I think you're just hating on the guy. I'm not a huge Trump fan, but I can see some things where he is making stuff happen.
I mean, your boy on TV throwing up the hell. Why should I give him credit?
So you do agree that I got to bring that picture up. So you do agree that Elon Musk was doing something similar?
Yes. Are you kidding me?
It was quick.
Like last night on the pre-inauguration speech, Trump stood up there and told y'all he cheated. Elon knows so much about computers. Yeah, they rigged the election. And then when all the Trumpers is gonna jump up and say, "Oh, that's not what he was saying." He was saying the Democrats, like you said earlier when you first started taking calls. Oh yeah, he was saying the Democrats. No, he wasn't. He said exactly what he meant, and they put that shit right in your motherfucking face. He gonna put it right in your face. You gonna fuck around and find out exactly what it is. He gonna put it right in your face. Period. They don't care no more, dog. They empowered. What do they care for? They're gonna say whatever they want to do whatever they want to do, and be however the hell they want.
But here's what I don't get, King, because it ain't like Trump, with the exception of Panama and all this other crap. It ain't like Trump is promising to do a whole lot of stuff that he didn't talk about during the campaign. So if he is as bad as, why did people vote for him? If he's as bad as you're claiming he is, he's only doing what he promised to do. Like I said, with the exception of Greenland and Panama and all that crap, he wasn't talking about that during the campaign season. But most of the stuff he's talking about doing with the immigrants and all this stuff, he made it clear that was his goal when he was running for office, and people still voted for him.
Yeah, because some people actually like that type of shit. Some people like black people being enslaved. Some people like men being in power forever. Some people like racist motherfuckers walking up and down the street with tiki torches and "Don't tread on me" flags. And some people like white people running into churches and shooting up black people. Some people like that shit. But then there's another whole race of people, another whole section of the country that don't. And the people who do like that shit are the people who did vote for him. And the people that don't like that shit are the people who didn't vote for him. Oh, plus the computers that Elon fixed down in Pennsylvania.
I mean, you don't see where there may be other legitimate reasons to support Trump that have nothing to do with race and some of this stuff. I mean, what about the economy? Is that stuff? You don't see any of the validity in any of that?
No, I don't. Sorry.
So you just think Trump is essentially bad for America?
Trump is full of shit. And the sooner y'all realize that, the better off you will be. Trump is full of mad hot, stinky bullshit.
But when you say Trump is full of... Hold on. When you say Trump is full of shit and the sooner people realize that, the better off they will be, some folks may counter and say they thought you were right. They voted in Biden and found out you can actually get a hell of a lot worse and decided we'd rather have Trump back.
That's their thought. That's their thought process. Well, we'll see how that goes in the next 4 years.
Yeah.
I pray for you.
And I see in the comments, Creed said this is going to be a long 4 years for the caller. So,
It is.
he's telling you got a lot to deal with.
I've lived through Reaganomics. I can probably make it through Trump if he makes it the whole 4 years.
Let me ask you though, King, was your life really that bad between 2016 and 2020? Was it really that bad for you?
Well, let's think. I'll put it to you like this. You know, my life wasn't the great. The only time I can remember having an awesome economy, a super awesome economy, where we didn't really have no problems, was the Bill Clinton years. Bill Clinton was in office. I had 3 jobs. I was going to school. Yeah, I said there, right? I had 3 jobs. I was making money hand over fist. Now, nothing to discount Obama, because that's still my guy. I don't really care who don't like Obama. But Obama didn't do everything that I wanted him to do.
I tell you something. I tell you something. Even a bully or your worst enemy ain't gonna mess with you when they fucking. When they got a girl. Bill Clinton was too busy fucking. He didn't have time to ruin the country. He was too busy enjoying himself. So maybe that has something to do with it. But
the country was good. What?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. The country was.
Problems.
In my own personal opinion, with the exception of the damage from the pandemic, I didn't see a huge change in my life that I could attribute to the president under any of these guys. Probably, if I needed it, universal health care would have been one of my biggest changes. If Biden could have gave me the forgiveness of student loans, that would have made a huge, because I got student loans, big ones. If he could have done that,
big difference.
I would have seen that instantly. But other than that, I ain't seen. Well, I'll tell you something. There is one thing I've seen, because I am an independent contractor in my day job. Trump's change to the tax plan. What the hell happened with that? Somebody hating out there, King. Somebody hating, man. Somebody hating, yeah. But I will tell you this: you got a sinister ass laugh. You should get a parental advisory with that fucking laugh. But I'll tell you something. No, that laugh is sinister, man. I think you're about to come through the screen with a knife. But I'll tell you something, though.
I love it.
Trump's tax plan is something that affected me, because all of a sudden, a lot of things I used to be able to claim, I cannot. So that is something that affected me for the worse, is the way he changed the tax system. But other than that, I don't really see a lot of difference in my personal life from what these guys do.
You're going to find out. You're going to find out in the next 4 years, man. That's all I'm saying. You're going to find out. And, y'all people flag me. I really don't give a shit. It don't make a difference to me. All I want you to do is see the truth. The truth of it is every president has bullshit. The only difference is your boy Trumpy is putting it right in front of your face, and you still loving him like that. I'm not finna sit here and tell you that Bill Clinton, Obama, that hell, if Hillary would have got put in, if Kamala would have got put in, it would have been some bullshit that somebody didn't like. That's not the point. The point of it is your boy is not presidential at all.
All right, they don't like you. They don't like you for some reason.
Let me go ahead, man. I ain't trying to get your shit kicked, dog. Have a good night.
Hey, you too, man. Good talking, King. All right, moving on with the program. And I always say that, folks. We go left to Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So you see we cross the spectrum. By the way, I'm going to ask that you tap the screen on TikTok. Get us up to about 20,000. We can make that happen. I think there's enough of you in here. If you show the program some love, let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Obviously, he won, says Shoo. I can't deny it. Trump did win. Even the liberals are not complaining about that. Now, I will say, I think Trump has a potential of being very successful this time. Certainly far better than he was last time, but in my opinion, it has to start with getting rid of the rhetoric. I really think that there is no benefit whatsoever in regards to rehashing the 2020 election, even though he brought it up again today, talking about it was too big to I think shit like that needs to go away. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to continue bringing it up. But if he did operate from a standpoint of unity, or even just cut out the insults and name calling, I think he could be really successful. But the MAGA way seems to be, as long as he is running the country and doing things that are great for the people, he should be able to say anything he wants about you, your mom, your disabled grandfather, anything else. He should just be able to say all kinds of wild shit about people, and you should pay attention to your pocketbook and just let him do it. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. So if he continues, as you guys say, the mean tweets, putting that in air quotes, he's not going to be successful because people are not going to give him a chance from day two. Because that's one of his biggest complaints. They never gave me a chance from day one. I could have got a whole lot more shit done if they weren't pushing back. Well, when you're treating people like shit, they're not going to just work with you. I don't know if he's learned that, but Trump 2.0, if he brings that with him, you ever heard of the phrase, if you keep doing what you always did, you're going to continue getting what you always got? I think it's pretty clear that if you keep talking shit, people are going to push back. So we'll see. Timothy Lee says, stop buying red hats. What's wrong with red hats? You know something? Just because you told me to stop buying red hats, which I have a lot of red hats, but I'm going to give you a special one today. How about that one? How about that? It's too small for my big ass head, but how about that one? That's a red hat. There we go. Should I do the show in that hat? How about that one? That's a red hat. All right, so quit tripping on my hats. All right, look at the comments. Real quick, continue on with the show. Love red hats. Ain't nothing wrong with red hats. I used to root for the Cincinnati Reds. You know, what's wrong with a red hat? He's not going to bring no prices down, says Raymond. You know, he promised to. So if you don't start seeing $2 gas and cheap eggs, because that's what they kept talking about is the price of eggs. If you don't start seeing eggs that are really affordable soon, he going to have some, as Ricky Ricardo used to say, some splaining to do. So we'll see. Continue see the comments. Bahamian Greek said people get mad over red hats. You know, before I go to my next caller, I'll tell you this. I used to ask this question a lot, particularly to my liberal side of the audience. And I'll save it. Let me save it. I'm going to bring up somebody. I want to see who I can bring up, and I want to see how it'll work on one of my callers. I'm going to tell you the example. Unapologetic, good evening, or welcome to the program. Unapologetic, I'm going to ask you this question, and good evening to you. You're walking down the street. Now, you're a black man, correct?
Yes.
With a name like Unapologetic Black Man, it should make sense. So, you're walking down the street. I don't know. Maybe you're coming from a club or something. It's 9, 10 o'clock at night. You walk into your car, you by yourself. You see 4 or 5 guys walking towards you. They all got on red hats. MAGA, Make America Great. Any opinion formed? 5 guys walking towards you, they all got on red hats. You're Jussie Smollett in reverse. So you're walking out there like that. Do you have any reservations seeing that coming towards you?
Yeah, I'm crossing the street. I'm not walking past those thugs. And if it was 5 MAGA women, I'm turning around and taking off.
Wait, what would make you run from the women?
They're rabid. I told you. MAGA women are rabid.
Wait. And I see in the comments, Ace Ventura says, was Adolf bad? You talking about the mustache, was he bad? He's a fucking menace. So you said MAGA women are rabid, like R-A-B-I-D, like a dog?
Yeah, they were the forefront of all the regression that we are seeing right now regarding laws and MAGA principles. That was women. It was the women who wanted to ban abortion. It was the women who cared about the election fight. It was the women. The women are the forefront of it, man. Y'all need to, I'm telling you, give these women their shots. They are rabid.
I mean, that's hilarious, by the way. Give women their shots because they're rabid. But I've had women...
Trump keep reminding people he needed the suburban MAGA women.
Yeah.
They know if they don't have the suburban MAGA women to keep creating this chaos, these kids, they have nothing. So MAGA women know that they are, that's their luxury.
So can we look forward to seeing a bunch of MAGA babies coming out in the next after what 9 months from now would be what September, October this year. A bunch of MAGA babies been born and we're banging during the inauguration, creating shorties.
No, sadly, it's because of young girls being great because of the law now, and they have to carry those babies. And in red states, some cases, the father gives the rights to those babies to see those children after raping a 12, 13-year-old. So, yeah, I mean, make America great again. Let's start raping kids and having babies by them again.
You sound like you really see MAGA in a very low light.
I mean, when you support legislation like that, you don't get, just like they say, anything Biden does, it's under his, I'm me and you big on that. What happens under your administration, that's
True.
your shit.
I do believe that. Yes, I do believe that.
Like people say, oh, TikTok went down under Biden and it came back up under Biden. So it's under his administration. Thank you, Biden, for bringing TikTok back.
I would be 100% behind that, but the reason I'm giving Trump credit for bringing TikTok back is because that's what it said on the screen when it came back. They thanked Trump. So I can't give Biden credit for something that the actual CEO of TikTok said, this is the dude that gave you this back. I mean, it's on the app, so what can I say?
No, he didn't say it came back. He said thanks for your efforts. It's just like when somebody, tried to help you with a damn flat tire on the road and you get them a thank you note because they didn't know how to. I don't worry about AAA coming. Thanks for your efforts.
I'm just gonna tell you, he didn't thank Biden at all. Even when it went down, he told you on the app, it said, we're working with the Trump administration, and he's kind of made some promises or whatever. He was even indicating when it went down that Trump was working with them.
You know what? I was like, damn, if they bring TikTok back up on the 20th, 21st, that's a good tactic. But they dumbasses brought on the 29th because they ass was still on Singapore time. It's still January 19th here playing, and anything that happened under Biden, I'm riding with that. Like, that's how I am. Anything happened under your administration? So to me, this little TikTok thing, it seemed funny as shit at the end of Biden's administration, and it happened under him.
No, like I said, I might be more on board with that if they hadn't gave credit to Trump. I mean, they haven't said nothing about Biden at all. I mean, they just keep talking about Trump, working with us. Trump, thank you. He's going to sign a bill. They even told you Trump has promised to sign something in the legislation when they brought it back. I mean, so they're making it clear this happened because of Trump.
Yeah, just like Fox News did after losing almost $1 billion. So, like, money, we've seen money will make people do ridiculous shit and say ridiculous shit. And Teflon Don has made people look ridiculous. So, the TikTok saying that as they, just like, what's his name, Valinsky, he smooched up to Trump too because he like, shit, you might win the presidency. And now he's thinking like, I'm glad I did kiss his ass. Because he's the president now. So,
yeah.
I understand a big CEO will kiss the president's ass and put him in a tag.
Well, I got to say, when the Yankees win games, the Yankees fan base gets big. Everybody likes a winner. Trump is showing that he's a winner, and people are coming to his side. You're right. Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't be there if Trump had a loss. If Kamala Harris was president, Mark Zuckerberg would not have went down to Mar-a-Lago and shit like that. People are coming to him because he is winning. Grant Harvard in the comments says Trump scared his followers with meme coin. Piece of shit. Did you hear about that? That he has his own. He tried to have his own like Bitcoin. His own. What do you call those things?
Melania launched that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when this is what I use when people say all the time that Trump is a great politician because he can't be bought and he donated his salary. I'm like, do you realize how many ventures this guy got into since he became president? He's making a killing off the presidency. I mean, he is just involved in every damn thing. So I don't buy the notion that he can't be bought or he don't want money because he sure as hell making a lot of it right now.
To say that you want the country ran like a business, and then when somebody start grifting you, you don't see it. Because you wanted it to be ran like that.
Yeah,
You wanted to blow your money, but it's just, to me, it's just weird because they get on this app and they complain about eggs and gas, but some of them have more red hats than you. I like the last one. They have more damn red hats than you. Like, maybe if you stop, you slow down on your MAGA habit, you can afford some eggs and shit.
Well, they tend to think that Trump is going to restore that, and it's about time. They were happy to see Biden go. Biden getting in the helicopter out of there. How do you think? Did you favor the fact that despite how Trump treated the Bidens and Kamala Harris in their inauguration, that they all kept it traditional and orderly. You got Mike Pence there shaking hands. His own woman is like, I'm not coming to this bullshit. I mean, obviously, Michelle Obama didn't attend. Do you think the Democrats and some of Trump's foes like Mike Pence did the right thing by taking the high road? Because chances are Trump would not have been there if the situation was reversed.
If they think they did the right decision, me myself, I'm petty. I would have.
You would have stiffed it. You would have stiffed it.
Yeah, I'm from Chicago. We petty as shit. I need my lick back. You know how we grew up. I need my lick back like that. So I definitely would have got my lick back, and I wouldn't have. The transition part, I would have followed through with that. But showing up, that's just some ceremonial shit. I don't actually need to be there. So have fun being the president, and again, give everything that people promise, even though. I mean, like, they know Trump. It was never about gas prices. It wasn't about eggs. It wasn't. This is the only win they have in life. We come to a pathetic state, and I'm telling you.
Wait. You're saying it's not about gas prices or eggs or the economy. Then what the hell we voting for him for?
I don't want to turn your life that way.
Give me a synonym. If I'm gonna have you on, I'm gonna ask the tough questions. There's some way you can convey to me what you're trying to say. Give me a synonym for what you're talking about. Why did we vote for Trump if it ain't about the economy?
Because Kamala's not black, as they say. That's what. There's no coincidence they did it with Obama. You can look at the exiting polls. America is still in the same sedated state, and sadly, we got to knock down some more Paisleys and some Britneys, and we're going to knock them down, have some more black kids. I'm telling you, we going to fuck y'all out of existence. But,
so one of the reasons, let me just make sure I get this clear before I give you the last word, but one of the reasons Trump is so successful is due to the pigment of his skin. They're not judging him on the content of his character, but rather on the color of his skin. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, hell yeah. They're not character? Come on. We're not going to talk about character. Character, when it comes to character, if they are judging by this character, that's scary, Dan. And again, like I said,
I kind of walked into that. All right, I give you the last word.
Because MAGA women are rabid, and they know that Trump have said disgusting things about his daughter. They know he said disgusting things about little girls, young ages, walk behind stages with little girls. He even said that if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her. So this is what I mean, how MAGA women are so rabid that they forget that it's a damn pedophile behind their kids. They don't
Jesus.
They even take them into churches. They tell them, get on your knees, open your mouth, lean your head back, close your eyes for the guy. Like, they push their kids to this lifestyle. So, like I said, either get MAGA women a shots, or we have to up our education system. Because the Moms of Liberty is... Again, these rabid-ass women will take over our system again, and we're going to raise another generation of remedial-ass kids.
All right. That is definitely some unapologetic shit if I ever heard it before. Thank you for coming through. Always a pleasure, man.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. Rabbit. MAGA women need their shots. What say you folks in the audience? Wow, that's strong. I see in the comments, Harry says MAGA country. That is where we're located currently right now, at least for the next probably 2 years. I don't want to say 4 years, because if Trump loses in the midterms, a lot of his hopes and dreams are going to go up with it. If all of a sudden Congress goes back to the Democrats and you get somebody like Hakeem Jeffries in there as the Speaker of the House, it'll be just like it was under Nancy Pelosi. The remaining 2 years, he's not going to get as much accomplished. And I do believe some of the political analysts, I'm watching Dana Perino on Fox today, they were saying that it is kind of expected, because that's generally what happens is, remember Obama got the shellacking, he lost in 2010 midterms. Of course, Trump lost the midterms in 2018. And, we saw what happened in the red wave in 2022. The midterms are usually like that. So he got really 2 years to get a lot done. The ending 2 years might not be as open as somebody might think. Eggs. Ace Ventura says $45.99. How many eggs are you telling me you get for the price of $45.99? I'll tell you something. That kind of shit makes me not want to eat eggs anymore. I mean, I'm gonna bring my cholesterol down just to save money. $45.99. Vivek is gone. Another Brown bites. Vivek Ramaswamy got out of the Department of Government Efficiency. I think he was being overshadowed so much by Elon Musk. I mean, why even make them to a tag team? I mean, he essentially was like Trump and JD Vance. Like, nobody is paying attention to Vivek. So I think he's talking about running for governor of Ohio. And considering how loyal Vivek is to, I'm gonna have to restart my Instagram. It does this all the time. Considering how loyal Vivek is to President Trump, it probably would be in his best interest to do that. Because if he runs for governor of Ohio and you got Trump saying, put this guy in there, he's probably going to win it. And now he is his own man. He don't have to ride on Elon Musk's coattails or any of that stuff. So I don't see that as a bad idea for Vivek. To me, I think that is much better. Because, yeah, he's going to get completely overshadowed by Elon Musk. I mean, he might as well not even be there. Continuing on with the program, though. By the way, folks, I'm going to ask that you tap the screen. 20,000, can we make that happen? Tap the screen, get the likes up. If they will lie about Jesus, caller, you think they won't lie about racism, says Charles Vaughn. Yeah, our country has an extensive, and I put emphasis on extensive history about lying, a history of lying about racism. I don't think that's even up for debate. An extensive history about lying. I can't say this, but I'm having a Biden moment. An extensive history of lying about racism. We have a long history of that, yes. Looking in the comments, I don't think there's any period in history that you could find people in power that were current saying that right now, as we speak, America is engaging in racism. It's always in the past. I mean, yeah, there's an extensive history of lying about that. If you talk to people that's in that period, they're going to tell you this stuff is not happening. Just like when Martin Luther King was going around. There wasn't a problem until you came in this town stirring up these folks. I mean, even the slaves are being treated all right. We give them somewhere to lay their head and giving them food. I don't see any problems. I mean, they're always going to lie about it. I don't see when they're ever going to tell the truth. What do you think about taking taxes away from overtime? I like it. But I'm going to say the same thing when I say I favor universal health care or forgiving college loans. Who's going to pay for it? If you forgive taxes on overtime, who's going to pay for that? That money has to come from somewhere. That's a ton of money. Anybody who has ever worked overtime, like myself, God knows I've done tons of overtime in W-2 positions. They tax you more on overtime than they do in your regular salary. Who's going to make up that huge loss of finances to the government? Can the government handle that? Now, I understand you want to get the government more efficient and cut back on government waste. But are they wasting that much that you can afford to not tax anybody on overtime or tips? And by the way, not taxing on tips includes wealthy folks getting big ass bonuses. Let's say you're the CFO of a company or something like that. They give you a $2 or $3 million bonus for how well you've performed in a company. That's considered as the same thing as a tip. That person is not going to pay taxes on all of that money. And we know all of them at the top are making these huge bonuses regularly. You telling me the government can just do that and not miss all of that money? I don't know about that. That seems a bit. I like it, but where's the money going to come back from? Going to the next caller. I'm gonna put Instagram back up. I don't know what happened there, but continuing on. Andy, one of my team members. Good evening, Andy. Andy, now the no taxes on tips. Does that sound like a good thing to you?
No, no matter who was going to do it, that was dumb.
Well, I don't know about dumb. I mean, it is nice to give workers relief, but to me, it seemed like it hasn't been the logistics of it haven't.
Social Security. They were going to pay into Social Security that way, and I'm much more interested in how Donald Trump deviated today from general inaugurations, where it was just generally the American people and their president, and invited almost every right-wing dictator on the planet to be there.
Damn. Well, Trump is not going to fall. Well, you know Trump is not going to follow
Did you not know?
traditions. No, I was listening to all his speeches today. I wasn't paying attention to who was there, and I was listening to him on Fox. So Fox News is not going to point out right-wing dictators as you're talking about.
Well, generally there aren't any other world leaders there. It's between the American people and their president.
What world leaders did he
Donald
have
Trump
there?
feel like Javier Milei, Argentina, the Prime Minister of Italy, the Vice President of China, there for the President of China. How funny that he should be at Trump's inauguration, huh?
But how do you respond to folks who...
Trump says he hates him. How come he was invited?
Well,
Mr. Orban was
no,
invited.
Trump ain't said he hates Xi
He didn't
Jinping.
come because he had other state plans, huh?
Trump ain't said he hates Xi Jinping. I heard him refer to him as a friend. He don't like the policies, and sometimes he says they may be adversaries, but he's referred to Xi
I
Jinping
just
as a
wonder how
friend.
MAGA feels about, their beloved Cheeto inviting all these right-wing dictators when generally no other world leaders come, ever.
I think
This is a deviation from the norm on a major scale.
I think the response would be, maybe we need to try something new as opposed to just having these people as infinite adversaries. If Trump want to reach out to some of our enemies to maybe improve relations, they're
Oh,
gonna.
but he didn't invite any of our allies.
They're already friends.
If you don't get the glossy representation of every right-wing dictator in the world sitting at his side, I'm sorry, the country's lost. If y'all can't recognize that he literally just stepped into the dictator class, by the way, where's he gonna get all the money to pay those people that were kicked out of the military for not following
I
the
saw
directions?
that. Yeah, he said, with back pay. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to happen.
Undermine the entire military while we're at it.
I saw him say that. I thought the same thing. Like, where you gonna get all that loot, all of the back pay, which could be years? Maybe a few of his promises he won't be able to meet. I'll say this. Trump,
Whatever.
hold on. Trump can promise to do that, but obviously he's going to need Congress to approve it. So he'll be able to use Congress as a scapegoat because they're going to say, look, we can't afford to do it. So Congress shoots it
I'm
down.
pretty sure he just declared the border a state of emergency. I'm not real sure he needs Congress for all that. I'm pretty sure he plans to take every bit of that power for himself. He already started today. And for MAGA to say anything different is just a joke at this point.
Yeah, if you ever seen the 90s movie Harrison Ford, Clear and Present Danger, he is trying to do that with the cartels. He is trying to start this little personal war by declaring the cartel. Because once you declare the cartels as terrorists, you can start doing, overhead bombing and putting in special forces and things. I mean, I do think that's what he's trying to do. Very similar to that movie, Clear and Present Danger. But in regards to giving the military their back pay for what happened during the pandemic, I think he needs Congress for that. I don't think he can do that by executive order. Andy, did I lose you?
I'm just sitting here just thinking. I'm just disgusted by the whole thing.
So a bad day for America, says you.
One of the worst days possible. The rest of the world, Trump just had all the dictators come in. Watch him become president. When, like I said, this has always been a one-on-one thing. Trump doesn't do anything he's supposed to. Where's his medical records? Where's his taxes? Did he divest? I'm sure he didn't, because he was too busy fleecing America with that coin last week.
What about this one? Give me
Let's
your
cut that shit out. Let's start calling him on his crap. Why don't we?
one of your favorite viewers. You already know who I'm talking about. Make him a sandwich. He talks about now. He finds this as a win. I want to get your opinion on it. I don't mind whatever you have to say. No banning on the program.
Uneducated Americans don't interest me.
Well, but here's something that he said. He's repeating something that Trump said. I want to get your opinion on this. He says the government will only recognize two genders, and he sees that as a win. What is your take on that? Because Trump did say that the government will only recognize two genders.
They all failed biology, and they ought to go count those chromosomes. Like it's ridiculous.
How many genders are there?
We've always known there were intersex people, so what's he gonna do with that? Like, you can say it, but that don't make that shit true by 10,001.
Now, that's something I guess I'm going to plead ignorance on. How many genders are there?
Well, I personally don't know all of them, but I know there are several sets of chromosomes. I think there's 26 total.
Jesus.
So you don't even know, and most of us don't even know where we fall on that spectrum. For them to just arbitrarily say that is just some more dumb Republican shit that shows they didn't bother to get an education and they don't care to.
I gotta say, like I said, I'm pleading ignorance on this, and I consider myself an ally of the LGBT community in any way I can, but I was always under the impression there was only two genders too. I never knew all of this. You probably one of the first people to tell me this. I always thought it was only two as well. I know you can be born with more. You can be born with like you can be a hermaphrodite and born with. I mean, so I guess there are some other
That's
things out there.
intersex now, Tim. We don't use that word anymore. We say intersex.
That's what it's called. Okay, I didn't know. I mean, I'm an old dog trying to learn some new tricks here. So it's called intersex. I've never heard of anybody really using that term too much. Intersex. Okay.
I mean,
You sound pretty unhappy about this.
I am very unhappy about this. I watched America just watch us close the door on democracy. Nobody seems to notice.
Let me ask you this, and I'm with all serious nature, and I don't know how you're going to answer this, but I've heard answers on both sides of this topic. 4 years from now, do you think you're going to see what you saw today, a smooth transition of power?
No.
So you see the possibility of Trump trying to stay longer?
I remember Michael Flynn testifying to they asked him, do you believe in a peaceful transfer of power? And Michael Flynn said, I plead the fifth.
That's bad. That's real bad to say something like that. That's real bad.
It sure is, and they put him back in power, so hey, you get what you voted for. I don't want to hear any whining about prices. I don't want to hear any bitching and moaning. You know, they are, you got him. Got all three branches.
But what if he
got the Supreme Court?
What if he does that? So, but Andy, what if he actually does bring down the price of eggs and gas and all of that? Would you give him credit?
Since he sold out America today with all those dictators now.
Just by having it wait.
For me, when it wasn't between him and the American people, and he saw fit to invite almost every ultra-right-wing government in the world to watch.
Well, Andy, he does lean right in America. I mean, just by having them there, you refer to...
I don't care. It still breaks from our traditions not to even invite our allies. Who does that? Putin does that. Little Kim does that. Xi does that. Dictators do that shit.
So just by having them in attendance alone, in your opinion, is selling out this country?
It already broke America's tradition. He doesn't care about this country's traditions. He doesn't care about our documents. He doesn't care about any of that. Trump cares about getting rich, being in power, and grifting off the American people. Did you see how old he looked today? You can't tell me you didn't. Sitting up there with J.D. Vance and his son and all those young men, Trump looked like a damn fossil. Or did you not notice?
I heard it out. I didn't actually watch a lot. I know his presidential picture looks hard as hell. I mean, the stoic look on his face, but he is the oldest president to ever be inaugurated.
Well, I mean, if your face don't move because you got that much Botox, I guess. Stoic.
He is. I mean, he looked like his...
If your face don't move, watch his forehead and shit. He ain't stoic. His muscles aren't moving. They're Botoxed out. Like, let's get real.
Okay, how about this one? This is coming from TM on YouTube. I want to get your response to this. He says, please just let him be a good president. He is a narcissist. We all know this. Please don't go on a revenge tour, God. Help us all. I'm praying for all of us. How about just giving the guy a chance, kind of what TM is saying?
There's a reason why today that the persons from the well, every person that gave a speech today gave this one about no revenge and brought up Lincoln. There's a reason why they all gave that part of the speech. They knew what they were looking at.
I heard that. I did. I kind of felt that as well. That Lincoln discussion was a dig at Trump. I kind of did detect that as well. And I'm watching it on Fox, and I'm like, it sounds like they're taking a swing at him. But I got to move it on, Andy. This is our guy for the next 4 years. We got to make this work.
Well, the man who's nationalism. He sure didn't seem to be able to pray with anybody today. Couldn't even keep the semblance of it.
He is on record saying
I think it's a joke.
he is on record saying he's not a Christian. So I mean, it is what it
Kick
is.
me out, Tim. I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of Republicans. I'm tired of it all.
Andy, come on, you in Alabama? You should be cheering.
Nope. Alabama will be hit the worst.
Yeah.
It will suffer some of the worst things from Trump's plans, and then they're going to whine loudest, even though they voted for that ignorant shit.
Yeah, they about to
Trust me with all that.
they about to tape some Bibles to your knees. I gotta move it on, but yeah, Alabama's gonna be interesting down there.
Peace.
All right,
Bye.
thank you, Andy. Wow, that's not very promising, and there are plenty of folks like my last caller that are not happy. But I gotta get to a caller that is happy. I mean, I've had a few folks on the left. I'm curious to hear from somebody that is really delighted that we do have Trump back in the 47th position. Before I move on, I do want to look in the comments as always. Emotional damage, someone is. Bruce, there's just some people that are not happy. I mean, if Kamala Harris had won, I'd be talking to a hell of a lot of MAGA that sound just like her. Green, what is it? Says Green HD or something like that. Says, I love her meltdown. Oh my God. Tim, how many sexes are there? Says John Call. I was always under the impression there were two. But as my last caller was indicating that the chromosomes, because isn't that what we go by when they say, well, like for instance, when the Supreme Court Justice, was Natasha Brown, is that her name? The African American that Biden appointed, when she was asked to define a woman, to me, that's the best answer. Go by what is considered to be female chromosomes. Because, some people say you got a vagina and ovaries and all of that, but I mean, you could be born without that. So I would, whatever the chromosome is, an X and Y or whatever the hell it is. I'm not a scientist, but whatever that is, to me, that would define a woman. Now, in regards to how many genders are there, I think my last caller made a good point that I would have never thought about. If you're going by the chromosomes and there are other things out there, then you got to count them. I mean, what is it, XX and YY, whatever, however the makeup goes, whatever number of different makeups there is, there's your answer. So I'll leave it at that. But I was always under the impression there were only two genders. But as I said, that's likely because we did not give credence to anything else, such as somebody who may have been born with both parts. We just call them a freak of nature. We don't count them out. You don't count them at all. But they are indeed a human being. I'm pissed that Trump is the president of the United States again. I'm going to hate cheaper gas, damn, as well as every other amenity that's a part of daily life. Now, I think Lazy Boy is being sarcastic, but real quick before I continue on the next caller, I'm going to ask you guys to tap the screen as always. You know how we do. Gen X is talking about two genders. That is what, like I said, I don't know. Here on the screen behind me, this is a 20-second clip. This is what folks are talking about. Hell Elon, as opposed to the mustache man. H-E-I-L, hell Elon. This is what he did that people are saying is a Third Reich style salute. I don't know if there's audio to it or not. I just want to see what it physically looks like. Now he's on stage talking there, puts his hand on his heart and throws it up. Now it's quick, but it is what they did back then. I don't know if it happened accidentally. I don't know if he was trying to do something else, but that is exactly what they used to do in the 1930s Germany. That is exactly what they used to do. So I don't know if Elon Musk got some of that in him or not, but that is, and I see the comments, somebody, the bald chick said, does that say the bald chick? Yeah, it does. Wow. All right, that bald chick says he did it 3 times. By way of yes or no, in the comments, yes or no, do you believe that Elon was indeed trying to do this hell Musk, hell Trump salute? By way of yes or no, or do you think this was a coincidence? Do you think he is literally trying to channel his inner supremacist Or do you believe this was just simply a coincidence? Yeah! Jessica, appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you for your support, Jessica. Thank you. Wow, I didn't, I heard about it, but I hadn't had time. Wow, that's a big hat. Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate that. Hadn't had time to really check it out. I love to hear Bama Girl cry some more. Why? If you want to unite the country, that's got to stop. The enjoyment of hearing the other side suffer. If people have concerns with Trump, if Trump is going to be the president of all Americans, he should try to reassure people, not deliberately try to create liberal tears, as you might say. He has zero control over prices, slick, but the market fluctuates based on several factors, one being politics. Yeah. Well, a lot of people are just happy Trump came along, and a lot of the speculation in the market calmed down. All right, continuing on the program, Harold Fisher. Good evening. Welcome to the show. Harold.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. 4 more years. What say you?
I personally liked him when he was in office last time. Now, I do think there is downfalls on everybody out there. But I do think we were in a better position. I think he's going to put us in a better position than we were currently now.
Okay. Give me some aspects of our life that you think will be improved by 4 more years of Trump.
Well, starting with gas prices going down, I think it's going to drill everything down. I mean,
Well, let me say this real quick, and I'll let you continue. Gas prices are already under $3 on average in most of America. How low do you think they're going to go?
I mean, I don't think they're ever going to go below $2, but I think getting them down 50 cent to 60 cent more will save lots.
That is a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, I drive about 80 miles a day, Monday through Friday at least. And I probably...
I drove personally 400 miles today for work.
Yeah. So 50 cents a gallon would make a big difference to somebody like you. That's a fill up a day almost, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be a difference. You would notice that. So gas prices... Huh?
I've seen it in a lot of ways. These semi trucks that run up and down the roads, it's going to cost a lot less for our stuff to get to the stores for us to get.
Yeah.
Which just is going to put it down below.
Okay, hold on before we continue. I just want to respond to someone in the comments. Keith Stubblefield, I think it says you don't. He says you don't read all your comments. Folks, understand. Even though I don't block, ban, or censor, and I believe in free speech, I have 4 screens staring at me. 4 different devices. I'm on YouTube vertical, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube horizontal. My screens are flying with comments everywhere. There is no way I can read everybody's comment. But I will tell you this, I don't normally solicit, but if you do give any form of a super chat, it changes the screen colors, and I read 100% of those because so few people do it. So if you give a super chat, I absolutely will read your comment, but just typing something on the screen, it blends in. I mean, I got probably 50, 60 comments staring at me right now, and they are currently scrolling. Keep going.
Yeah, so starting with that, I think it's just going to put prices down and then triple on down to houses being lower to build. Everything's just going to go down with the prices of gas going down. I mean, it's just the way it works. It costs less to get it to the stores. It's going to cost less for us to buy it.
Now, how would you? Now, in the comments, Matt Wood says there is no chance people are going to see any savings. Oil prices have been at lows for years. Now, some folks are suggesting that America's already drilling more than we ever have. So when Trump is saying drill, baby, drill, some folks are saying that we don't have really any more drilling to do.
That's false. I mean, it's fossil fuel. It's going to be there. Everything dies, it goes in the ground. It's always repurging itself. I think that's completely false.
Well, so you are indeed expecting gas prices, the economy. I mean, eggs. I mean, I cannot tell you how tired I am of hearing about eggs. But you are expecting.
Eggs is a perfect example.
Yeah, but when you say that, do you believe that Biden is responsible for the increased cost of eggs?
I don't think he is solely reliable for it. I don't think he did anything to help it. I think it was not his focus. I don't think he had any care about it at all.
Wow. So you think he cared about the country? Hang on before we continue. Mr. Realistic, love the name. Thank you for your generous support. Says gender is an expression of language. Wait a minute, this is interesting. Gender is an expression of language expressed as masculine, feminine, and neutral. This translates into biological gender. Why are educated people so lost? Where are the English majors? Have you ever heard of that? That gender is, wait, let me read this again, 'cause I've never heard this before. Gender is an expression of language expressed as masculine, feminine, and neutral. This translates to biological gender. Why? Have you ever heard of something like this?
No, I don't keep up with things like that, to be honest.
Gender is your feminine. Okay, what gender are you? I'm feminine. What gender are you? I'm masculine. That's interesting. So if you're a female bodybuilder, you're probably masculine. I mean, so because we think about masculinity, we tend to, put that on the male side and femininity on the female side. But if a woman is, like a She-Hulk or like the late wrestler Chyna, that's masculine. So yeah, I've never heard it said that way either before. That's different.
Yeah.
All right. So you did vote for Trump all 3 times?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel? Now, today he also brought up again yet another time that the 2020 election was stolen. Do you buy into that?
I don't think it was fair only due to the pandemic.
I didn't say fair. I said stolen.
I think that term has been used in way too out of turn.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Do you believe he won by a landslide in 2020, as he states?
No, I think that was a very close election there. I honestly think the only thing that should have happened is it should have waited and been put off until we could have done the election like we always did. The only thing that was different about that election was mail-in votes. I don't think that should ever happen.
Yeah, but I don't understand why would you put the election off when everybody that's looked into it so far is claiming that it was held free and fair. And I'm talking about the Republican side. Whether it's the Republican governors like in Georgia, like Governor Kemp, whether it was his own Attorney General like Attorney General Barr, all of your own people are saying you lost. Why would you delay certifying the election when you don't even have anybody that's presenting a legitimate case to do so? Everybody's telling you, sir, you're lost. So the only person that's saying that it was not fair or that you may have won is you. Even the groups he hired to do recounts came back and said, sir, you actually lost by a few extra votes than we originally thought. So we're 4 years out. Looking back, have you seen anything that says we should have not certified the election because he would have likely won? We still haven't seen anything.
No, I think it went. I think it went exactly the way it was going to go, no matter way.
Yeah.
I don't think it was unfair. Besides the fact that it just left too many questions. I think the mail-in Bidens just left too many questions on the table. Just took that situation out. It would have been the same thing no matter what.
How though? How did the mail-in ballots leave too many questions? Explain that.
It left too many excuses.
What do you mean?
Well, too many questions about it. I mean, it gave an excuse for somebody to say it wasn't fair.
Well, if you don't want to lose, you're going to always have a reason to say it wasn't fair. Because there were states, I remember when they sued Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania made changes and they blamed it on the pandemic as to how they would let people vote. And Texas sued Pennsylvania saying that those changes were unconstitutional. And the governor of Montana, who was a Democrat, was on This Week with George Stephanopoulos back during that era. And he stated, we made the same changes in Montana to how you can vote as Pennsylvania did, but they are not suing us because Trump won here. So to me, it didn't appear as if Trump was trying to make sure the election was fair. It looked like he was just trying to win, because he also claimed in North Carolina that there was widespread fraud. And Biden was leading in North Carolina in 2020. And a few weeks before the election, because Trump won North Carolina, but Biden was winning at first. And Trump was claiming there was widespread fraud in North Carolina. But at the end of the day, Trump won. He got the Electoral College votes. And you never heard him complain about North Carolina again. If you're complaining that there's widespread fraud in that state, why aren't you demanding they investigate? You may have not actually won. So to me, it seemed like he didn't really want to make sure we had a free and fair election. He just wanted to win. If the fraud goes in my favor, I don't care about it. I'm only concerned with fraud that may have cost me the election. Then you're just go ahead.
You're right. I mean, I think it should have been let go a long time ago. I think when it was proven that it didn't happen, okay, it was proven it didn't happen. Let it go, move on to where we are now. Obviously, he was going to go for president again. I think it should have never even been a question about was it fraud or not.
Yeah.
It won, it didn't win. Simple as that.
Yeah. I don't know, because, I mean, I agree with all that. We lost somebody like Ashley Babbitt. I don't know if any Capitol Police, because, you know, later on some committed suicide. I'm not saying that's Trump's fault, but one of them did it like the next day. I mean, we do know some were injured. All of this because he claimed something happened that we're 4 years out and he still cannot definitively prove. Let me ask it to you this way. Now that he's back in power and he has control of all the mechanisms of government, he has a Supreme Court, he has a small majority in Congress, a small majority in the Senate. How obligated is he to prove what he said about the 2020 election?
I mean, I guess he can do whatever he wants at this point if he wants to put enough effort into it. But I think the smart decision would be to let it go. At this point, that's old news. It doesn't matter to go and
Harold, people died. Somebody died. A cop had to kill somebody. I mean, do we just let that go because it's old news? I mean, none of this happens if he doesn't say that.
Yeah, I don't know much about the whole people dying, to be honest. I didn't keep up with that part.
You never heard of Ashley Babbitt?
No, sir. I didn't.
You've never, how old are you?
30.
And you voted for Trump all 3 times and you've never heard of Ashley Babbitt?
No, sir.
Do you know what happened on January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. You're the first person I've ever heard say that. All right, fair enough. Well,
I do have a question for you.
Sure.
And I brought it up in the chat just a minute ago, but it kind of went crazy. The overtime for taxes. What is your true opinion? And if it goes through, how long do you think it'll take for it to be effect?
I think it ain't the effect. I think it's the, you know, they say for every action there's a reaction. I don't think the effect would happen. I don't think the effect or the reaction would be bad. I think if he does it, I think it would probably start happening fairly quick. But the reaction is what I'm concerned with, because if you take all of that money away from government, chances are down the road, maybe just in time for whoever becomes president after him, they're going to have a major problem on their hands, because that's a lot of missing money. Trump may be able to do something, which is give us relief from our taxes on tips and taxes on, what is the other one? Overtime. But when you take that much money from the government, you're playing a game of switcheroo. Down the line, probably 2, 3, 4 years, somebody's going to be dealing with a big problem, because that money missing is going to lead to some issues. But by the end, Trump will be gone.
You don't think, charging shipments coming from overseas and stuff will give that money back to?
Oh, well, if you charge shipments, if you increase the shipments coming from overseas, they're going to increase the price of the stuff that's on those ships. Thank you.
Yes, but don't you think that would just force people to bring things back to America, where we can be self-sufficient?
Some of that's possible, but you do realize all of that takes time. If you let's say a company like Apple that makes smartphones and things like that in China. Okay, so you start charging a fortune to their goods coming back to America. So the first thing they have to do is raise the price of the iPhone. Your response is, well, they're going to bring it back to America. Well, if they bring it back to America, the citizens in America ain't going to make iPhones for what the Chinese are doing. So somewhere along the line, you're going to pay a lot more for that iPhone. Either you're going to pay it due to his tariffs, or you're going to pay it due to the fact that they've hired Americans and American wages to make the phone. One way or another, that's just the iPhone. All the other stuff, from Levi's to shoes, all of that stuff is coming from them. So if Americans start making all that stuff's going to go up in price.
So instead of taking taxes completely away, what is your opinion of just taxing overtime at a less percentage?
I say this: every dime you take from government, you need to be able to justify that. If you take money from the government and let's say you start paying government employees less, or maybe you shrink the size of the military so you don't have all of these multi-million-dollar jets you gotta maintain. I mean, you need to be able to justify. Okay, if you give us, relief on tips, I'm not gonna charge taxes on tips. There should be some kind of accountant team that figures out how much money is the government going to lose, and you should have to demonstrate what you're going to do on the other end to make up that loss. That's not happening. He's giving us things we like and pushing the response to it down the road where the next president can deal with all of that. So the next dude's going to inherit a mess while he walks out bragging that I lowered taxes on everybody and everybody was living good. Well, the next dude is going to tell you, I'm inheriting a mess because of the last dude. So as long as you can make it up, I'm fine with it. But he's not talking about how he's going to make it up.
You're worried about the long term of the effects of the situation.
To be honest with you, if he gives you tax on tips and relieves you of tax on overtime, long term may only be about 18 months. I think you're going to notice that real quick because that's a lot of money that the government's not going to be getting. I don't think that ain't something 10, 15 years down the line. You're going to realize that real quick.
Okay.
Fair enough? Appreciate it, man. I got to move it on. Thank you for coming through, Harold. It's our first time talking?
Yeah, I work a lot, and I've tried getting on the live before. It just didn't work out.
All right, fair enough. Well, I appreciate you coming through, man. The door's always open. Come on back anytime. All right. And real quick on Instagram, for some of you folks who asked, well, how do you call in from my YouTube viewers? We also are on Instagram. I know a lot of MAGA are not big fans of TikTok. We are also currently live on Instagram. Same thing, Handsome Liberal across the platform. You can actually request to go on live on Instagram. I'll bring you right up. How could you have an opinion, but no nothing? Grant Howard, look, at the end of the day, a lot of folks put their trust in our leadership and just assume they know what they're doing. They just assume they know what they're doing. And at the end of the day, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Tim, MAGA voters don't care about facts, says Jay Roger. Well, I think a lot of people just care about the money you're saving them. They don't give a damn where it's coming from, even though it may eventually come back from them. And I do believe you relieve taxes on tips and overtime. I mean, I don't even know how many billions of dollars that is, but you're going to have to make that up. That's every single year. Billions of dollars are not coming in. That's going to cause something out there that we count on to hurt. Size of the military, maybe research and development, maybe some of the departments we come to know and love, like the FDA, CDC. Somewhere along the line, that's going to hurt. You just can't do that without something reacting to that. And I see in the comments, Trade Alliance says you're wrong. He's saying that you could relieve taxes on overtime and tips, and there won't be any type of negative response to that at all. You could just take billions of dollars from the government and there won't be, really? Okay, I would love to hear you explain how that works. Tim, Trump never touched the Bible once today. Is that true? Public Enemy? 911 is a joke. I always think of that song. Is that actually true? Because you normally, you like I said, I listen to the whole thing, but I listened to it on an earpiece because I'm working during the day, so I didn't see any visuals. Is that true that when he was sworn in, he did not put his hand on the Bible? Wow. Because I've heard all kinds of backlash when the liberals get up there, the flag is not in the background, or Obama's not wearing a flag lapel pin, or damn it, he got a brown suit on when you should be wearing blue or black. Did he really get inaugurated and not put his hand on the Bible? That's got to be the first out of all 45 or 40. Well, he's the 47th, but there's been some folks get in there twice, like him and Grover Cleveland. But whatever, 45, 46 presidents before. Did he really not put his hands on the Bible? I mean, imagine Barack Hussein Obama not putting his hand on the Bible when he got inaugurated. I gotta look it up and see it visually because I didn't see when he got inaugurated on screen. Did he do that? Because if there's no backlash from that on the MAGA, on the Republican side of the aisle, I'm going to point out the hypocrisy because I know damn well that if a liberal did some shit like that, the right would go ape shit about that. If he did that, and they're not saying nothing about it, that is a huge double standard. All them evangelicals on the right, no problem with that, huh? Remember the whole thing about I wouldn't vote for Obama because he's a Muslim? Remember John McCain took the mic out of the hand? I'm going to bring up the next caller and see if I can find that. I want to see that. I need to see that now. Looking on Instagram here, I didn't see anybody come up there. We'll go back to TikTok. Continuing on with the pro. Didn't put his hand on the Bible. Wow. Crazy shit there. Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Dencal. People mentioning no Bible are the same people who defend gay marriage. Pick a side. There is no side, RMK, because the same people who defend the Bible also favor capital punishment. I don't think Jesus Christ would have been a fan of that. I mean, or, you know, like I said, people pick and choose when they want to use the Bible to defend their side. Dencal, good evening.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. On my screen, what the hell is that? Do you think Elon Musk was trying to do that for real, or is that just a coincidence?
Not a coincidence. Definitely not a coincidence.
You think Elon Musk?
These people understand symbolism and how people perceive things. You can't go up there and make a mistake and do a heil.
That's what that is.
Multiple times and think it's not going to be a problem. But these are dog whistles and things that you know the right can just as well be like, taking it out of context. And hey, I want my own sound effect like Will G gets too. When I say if you take it out of context, I want my own. Not the same one. I want my own.
That goes through YouTube. But when I heard you say that, I gave you the Lil John. But keep going.
Okay.
But go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm actually, while talking to you, I'm trying to look up him swearing the oath, because the idea that he didn't touch the Bible, that is insane, because I know how the right would go ape shit if a liberal did that. And I'm trying to see here.
And he didn't put his hand over his heart during Carter's during his funeral. Everybody else in there in the church had their hand over their heart when they were playing. I'm not sure if they were doing what they were doing, but it was.
You mean like the national anthem?
Right. And
wow.
So I'm saying, like, and I seen it, like, I boycotted all that. I didn't watch none of that.
I got your message. I saw that. You're not a big fan of this app anymore.
Yeah, but I did when I was, just scrolling through, like, the front page on my, on my my laptop,
mm-hmm.
and it showed him like standing there doing his oath and without his hand on the Bible.
Okay, now they got him doing it here.
His wife was standing there holding the Bible right there. And frankly, I think he would have just exploded into a flame if he would have touched the Bible.
I can't believe it. And I see in the comments, Junebug says Chuck D from Public Enemy just dropped a new single on Channel Zero. Tired of 45. Did Chuck D from Public Enemy drop an anti-Trump song? Wow. We wouldn't know. I had to look it up, but keep going. So, because I'm trying to find a video of him not touching the Bible, because it's insane if he actually did not do that and the right ain't chastising him for that. Because, yeah, the idea that a liberal gets inaugurated and doesn't touch the Bible, the right would be going ape shit about that. If the right Fox News types ain't saying nothing about that, I don't care how great the economy is or any of that shit.
Not the whole right, because we know some of them are, godless creatures, but the evangelicals.
That's what I'm talking. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The evangelicals in particular.
Not all MAGA is evangelical. But the evangelicals were a lot.
Yeah, but most of the right is at least God fearing. They claim to be.
Right.
Yeah.
But then when these types of things happen, they say they don't matter. When we say, well, he's a criminal or he's a predator, well, they don't care about that stuff. But when somebody else does something, like we literally had a president in office that used to go to church every Sunday and isn't a devout Christian, and they said, they still said he was running a crime family and he was the most corrupt person in the world. Then we see the guy who's doing all of the corruption, but they swept it down. He's a man of God.
Yeah, and I want to follow up saying it because I got a few folks on my YouTube side. It's Too Deep says this is some petty shit, and somebody else said this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Right.
But here's what I don't get. Because what you and I are talking about, they're referring to as petty. When Obama got up there and didn't have a flag lapel pin on, or the Democrats get up there to debate and there's no flag in the background, and it wasn't petty back then. But now all of a sudden now all of a sudden it becomes petty. The right made all kinds of a fuss over that shit. Up to and including the brown tan suit that Obama wore. But when it's coming at Trump, it turns to be petty all of a sudden. Now, if you're consistent and you claimed it was petty also when they were doing it to the liberals, then I'll give you credit for that. But I didn't hear anybody on the right saying that complaining about Obama's suit color or not wearing a flag lapel pin or getting off Air Force or Marine One, the helicopter, and not saluting the guy standing there. I didn't hear anybody on the right say that was petty. But now this guy gets up there and swears away from the Bible, and it's petty all of a sudden. Yeah, to me that sounds like some double standard type shit.
And also, remember when Biden had that speech when he condemned the MAGA and stuff, and they said, "Oh, look at the red background."
Yeah, dark MAGA.
Did you see his victory speech yesterday? All red, all red. They ain't said a word about that, how it looked evil because he had red in the background. But when Biden stood up there and made a speech, he's the devil. Look at him.
Yeah, one of the things I do on the program is I believe in calling a spade, no matter who's bitching. If the liberals do something I think is fucked up, same thing on. But yeah, if you're excusing things that Trump is doing, knowing damn well you would hold the liberals accountable, or vice versa, I'm going to call it out. If the liberals do it, I would call it out. But yeah, not putting your hand on the Bible. I've been watching a lot of right-wing media over the last 20 years or more. I know that would not fly. It would not be called petty. They would be calling him all kinds of godless creatures if any liberal did something like that. So if Trump did that, yeah, it's worthy of talking about because it would be mentioned on the other side.
Yeah, I want to find that one. I'm not sure if he was a senator or House representative. He got on TV and he was pissed off because Ilhan Omar, she said her oath on the Quran because that's her religion. And the guy was pissed off talking about, you can't do that. You got to use a Bible. And the commentator had to tell him, no, you can swear on any document you want. You can swear on a children's coloring book if you want.
Trump just proved it now.
Right. But I want to see what that guy is saying now because he was pissed off at her for swearing on her religious document, and now the man that he covets and loves so much didn't bother to put his hand on it with his wife sitting there with the Bible in her hand looking stupid.
He'll probably be taking off sick if you came around asking that shit. I gotta go home. I'm calling this. Yeah, because ain't no excuse for it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a double standard because. This right here, to quote Cat Williams, this shit right here, no way this would fly if a liberal did this. The right would be, like I said, they would be calling the guy godless. No way in hell you gonna get inaugurated as president of the United States and not touch the Bible and not have the right go ape shit over that. So if you're gonna excuse Trump for that, then there's a lot of double standard floating around.
Damn, he could at least put his hand on his own Bible. I mean, at least he
Yeah, that's crazy. That is so crazy that he's selling Bibles and he won't even swear. That is insane. I don't get that. I do not get that. Like, he could literally sell ice to an Eskimo. Like, you're selling Bibles and you're not even Christian. I want that power. I want to be like that. I'm jealous.
I was glad though your last comment, like he listened to you, and I think that you started making sense because a lot of these people don't follow these things he says like through and in. They just say, "Oh yeah, that sounds cool. Like just take Greenland, or we could just get rid of taxes, and we could just like." Yeah. But he was listening, and he started at the end. It was hard for him. I know it was hard for him to agree with you. But I think that was genuine. But the other part, when he started talking about he didn't know who the hell Ashley Babbitt was, but he we know what happened on January 6th. I mean, I ain't trying to call the young man names or whatever, but dude, come on, man.
He's not the first person I've had say they didn't know who Ashley Babbitt was. Maybe I should have told him what happened. Maybe just the name. Maybe he know the story, but just didn't know the
man.
name.
You've been watching him, and you championing everything he do. Even Trump done got up there and mentioned her how she died
Plenty of times,
and that never should have happened.
Yeah, plenty
and
of
now
times.
this dude gonna say he paid attention. But
Let me ask you that. Speaking, you think Trump should have gave the cop who took Ashley Babbitt's life? I mean, Biden should have gave him a pardon.
No, he's already been through congressional hearings and stuff.
Okay.
They've already deemed him like he did. He followed, his protocol. So, I mean, if they want to like that, that'll be like way out there. Not saying.
Oh shit! Going out to General Milley that ain't way out there enough.
I mean, we like with Millie, just like me and you have a conversation. There's a gray area in there. There is no gray area in the Capitol police officer guarding the Capitol and somebody busting through a window with a mob and he does his job. There's no, I don't know what the argument would be on the other side. I've heard everything from the MAGAs hey, he could have tased him. He could have talked her down off it was just the one little girl coming. I didn't heard all that. That won't fly in the court of law. So, that's different.
Yeah, Trump called the cop that shot Ashley Babbitt a thug.
Right, and that won't go anywhere in the court of law either. So I mean, yeah, he could try it, but I think that would give him. I mean, that would make a chilling effect for all officers, in those positions. If you did your job to the letter of the law, and then the government came down on you. Saying what? I can't think of.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that by far law enforcement still prefers MAGA and prefers Trump, even though, what he did on January 6th showed he didn't care at all about the Capitol Police. I mean, no love for them at all. But because the fireman, one of the firemen or the guy who was an off-duty fireman that lost his life during his own assassination attempt, they actually honored that guy today. The fire department was there. They walked down the aisle carrying it. Nothing about the Capitol Police at all. Folks have been mentally screwed up behind what happened on January 6th. He ain't said or did anything for those people for what they went through. I mean, he defended the people who did it to him.
Right, and matter of fact, he had the House representatives shoot down, giving all of those officers like commendation medals and stuff. Like he shot all of that down.
Wow.
That's ooh.
Back the blue, pro law enforcement. I got to move it on then, Cal, but 4 years, you ready for this? You ready to make this happen?
Hey, one more thing before I go. I just wanted to also respond to that young man. He was talking about, won't that bring jobs back when you start putting tariffs on those other countries? The problem with his argument is that we've given up the infrastructure to be able to mass produce things.
It's going to take a while.
Right, so even if you do convince like a company to okay, now we're gonna start mass producing all of this stuff that they make in China. Do you know how long it would take to build those factories? It wouldn't be worth it, and that's why they don't build them now, because it's just not worth it.
And that's not only that, but that's one of the things I also say when I often say that Trump made a lot of promises for such a short period of time. Let's say some of these companies did want to bring their factories back and things like that. Trump got 4 years. I mean, you don't, whatever incentives he gives for people to come back, you don't know if the next guy's going to follow that up. I mean, Trump got a very short time to do a lot of things he promised. You just can't, and we know there's a possibility that the midterms may cause Congress to go the other way, possibly the Senate. So now it's going to even be harder if that happens. And losing the midterms for an incoming president is kind of what normally happens. So he really only got 2 solid years that he can feel confident right now. The last 2 years of this current administration, you don't know if you're going to still have control of Congress and all this. So, yeah, there's no way he can do all of that stuff he's promised in 4 years.
Right, and today they saying he's signing a flurry of executive orders, like between 50 and 100. And I'm just wondering, I know MAGA doesn't really care about anything he does, But to the people who have, who have functioning brains and who understand how this country is supposed to work, I wonder what they think about him governing by fiat, bypassing Congress, bypassing the Supreme Court, and just making up his own rules, changing the name of changing the name of a body of water and all of that stuff just because he wants to.
I'll give you one or two answers. One being, no matter how bad Trump is, he still will be better than Biden or Kamala Harris. That's the lesser. Number two could be, look, he's coming straight from the hand of God. God put him in there to fix this country.
Man,
Therefore, we're going to follow anything he does.
Don't give them that. Don't give them that, man. I know you like to give.
I gotta call it the way I see it. There's a lot of, and I'm being serious. I know some folks on the left may not like me saying that, but some folks are going to say, look, I don't care if he only meets 10% of his promises. He's still better than Biden or Kamala Harris. People do feel that way.
Right, but I just think that just normalizes what he's doing, and it's not normal. Just saying.
Right.
He was on one hand he was given this power. He was sent by God, but he can't even put his hand on the book that represents God.
Well, they do have a counterpoint, Denkel, and that is if you put a wig on me, the liberals think I'm suddenly becoming a woman. So they're gonna say that ain't normal either. So it depends on who you talk to. I gotta move it on as usual. Thank you.
All right, now I just think you're taking it out of context.
Oh. All right.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. You know how the program is ran for some of my newer viewers. We are MAGA friendly. Despite callers you may hear, you're going to hear some folks that are, far left, some folks that are far right. I always say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. But nevertheless, we are a MAGA friendly program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section. You can be critical of yours truly. And we don't talk down to guests. So understand when you come in, regardless of what your political opinion is, you will get time to speak. We may challenge you on a few things, but we do believe in free speech, and we will entertain, as long as we can, the ability for you to maintain that on the app. This brother spitting facts, says Jay Roger. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Before we continue on, Will G, I'm already gonna look down because I know Trump ain't shit, says Will G. Knowing Trump didn't swear in or on nothing, he was selling and still uses God's name in vain. Tells me the Constitution is going in the trash. Look, the swearing in and not putting his hand on the Bible, that should be big news. That would be big news if a liberal did it. Like I said, I can tell you about how bad it was when the liberals debated and they didn't have a flag in the background, or when somebody doesn't stand when the anthem is playing, or places their heart or takes a knee. How does he get away with that? You can favor the economy. You can think that Trump is 1,000 times better than Biden or Kamala Harris, and there's some legitimate points to be made there. But you shouldn't excuse this. This should not be something that gets ignored when you know you wouldn't ignore it from the other side. How does he get away with that? I mean, I don't have an answer for that, because I know that would not be acceptable if somebody on the left did it. Biden leaving office as the worst president, and we're talking about Trump. Biden ain't the worst president. Now, I'm currently reading Bill O'Reilly's Confronting the President. Bill O'Reilly also thinks that Biden is the second worst president in history. The guy who followed Abraham Lincoln that essentially threw blacks back into bondage, he thinks he's the worst president, but he got Biden down as the second worst president. That's insane to me. I mean, how many presidents have governed under oppression and slavery and Jim Crow? Biden? The guy who gave us a black VP is responsible for helping Obama get in office. Biden is the second worst. Only way Biden could be deemed as the second worst president is you're ignoring a whole lot of bad shit to pick on some of the things he may have not did well in. Okay, you don't like the economy. We've had the Great Depression in this country. You don't like the botched evacuation. George W. Bush started a 20-year war that was unnecessary. What the hell has Biden did to make him the second worst president in history? And I'm saying, let's say he's a bad president. I can't think of anything Biden has done that he has failed at. I'm not talking successes, things that he may have failed at, that there's not another president that did significantly worse. What the hell has Biden did to be referred to as the second worst president in history? I don't know what I just did on YouTube, but the screen, okay. But yeah, I don't know what the hell is Biden. Anything you bring up that Biden sucked at, there's somebody else that sucked a lot harder at that same area. So yeah, I don't get that. Real quick in the comments, Constitution going in the trash. I really hope you're wrong, Will, but Trump is a wild card. We do not know what he's going to do. I see you on Instagram there, Stick. I do see you, says Stick in the house. Good evening, Stick Darula. Some of you folks, feel free if you enjoy this type of dialogue. I always come close to saying uncivilized, but uncensored. Uncensored from all sides of the aisle. If you favor this, I'm going to ask that you follow the program on TikTok. A subscription on YouTube, if you will, Monday through Friday. We're here Monday through Friday generally. So I'm going to ask that you go ahead and give your boy a sub. You know how that works. And Instagram, however that works, if you can follow it, you wouldn't reach the Planet of the Apes buttonhole. I suppose it's critical of me, but it doesn't add anything to the program. But hey, it is what it is. Looking in the comments real quick, the clown and the hamburger says public enemy. Are you saying that what's on my screen there makes Melania Trump look like the hamburger from McDonald's? Wow. Not a moral leg to stand on. Your party entertainment, says Damien. I think you're responding to somebody else in the comments. Had it been Mein Kampf, Trump would have had both hands on it. Ooh, that's hidden below the belt. Had it been a copy of Adolf's book, he's saying, Mein Kampf, Trump would have put both hands and swore on that. You guys really think these folks are that intolerant, that bigoted, that racist? Big shit. Texas is expecting snow. I wonder if Governor Greg Abbott gets hell if it turns out bad. Sorry, off topic. I don't get what you mean by that. Texas is expecting snow. I wonder if Abbott gets hell if it turns out bad. Why would they give him hell if they get a hell? Did he say something about climate change or something? Why would they give Abbott hell about that? What did he say that I'm missing? Going back to the box, a day older, a day wiser, unless you're an old liberal. Let me and entertainment call in Tim. Damien, go to Instagram or go to TikTok. I'll bring you up right away. Regardless of what your opinion is, I'll bring you up right away. You can tear me a new one. We'll talk. We'll go back and forth. But let's hear what you got to say, Damien. And entertainment, come on over to the other platform, and I'll bring you right up as promised. Going to the next caller, Growing Grace. I'm gonna bring up a Instagram if I can make this work. I'm still learning Instagram. Growing Grace, are you there? Okay, I don't hear it, so I'm trying to learn TikTok, because if not, I'll have to go back to Instagram. Let's try it one more time. We're ready at TikTok. It's not letting me. Growing Grace is not letting me bring you up for some reason. Oh shit! Let me go back to the main app until I can figure that out. MAGA Reacts. Good evening. Welcome to the program. MAGA Reacts, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, not much at all. Did you catch the festivities today?
A little bit. I was actually busy working. I got the highlights.
Okay. Did you see anything that concerns you?
Yeah, this Bible thing bothers me now. Not because I care, but because the left is gonna talk shit, like you said.
Would you talk? Do you think the right would talk shit if a left winger did this?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why. It was right there, and I don't know what she had on top of the Bible. And the first time I saw it, I was thinking he was kind of blocking his left hand, so
yeah.
I figured he just couldn't see the hand. But now I'm watching it again, and I'm like, you can't see his left hand, so I don't know if it's on the bottom of the Bible or what. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
It wouldn't surprise me if I can see it here barely. There's a few spots you can see it. It wouldn't surprise me if the cameraman or somebody was trying to protect them, because I mean, not putting your hand on the Bible, because normally if you put your hand on the Bible, they show it. They actually will give you a shot of the guy's hand on the Bible. The fact that they're not showing his hand is because. Go ahead.
When I played Biden's inauguration, and he had this giant ass Bible, like bigger than Jill's head. And for some reason, Vance and Melania, and Vance's wife and Melania have these tiny Bibles. Maybe the change of location, threw things off.
Well, when you don't really read the Bible much, it really doesn't matter what type it is. I mean, this guy, if he don't even do that, I mean, this is about as clear of an example of he's not very religious as you can get. I mean, if he won't even swear in on something as big as a presidency on the Bible, he clearly is not much of a Christian.
I think this is more of a slip up than on purpose thing.
How can it be a slip up? Your wife is holding the book. I mean, what did you think she's standing there for? She's holding the book, just hanging it out there, and you ain't touching it. How can slip up? How?
I mean, this was really quick, and he managed to just slip up instead of.
You come on now, MAGA, come on, MAGA. You
raise your right hand.
MAGA, are you serious? You standing next to your wife and you see them handing her this big ass book. What do you think they handing her that for? To sit there and read one of the passages?
It's a tiny book. It's a tiny book.
It ain't that tiny. Your wife is sitting there beside you. What do you think she's standing there for?
Yeah, this whole family.
MAGA, are you arguing with me? Are you debating for the sake of debating? Come on now.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. I'm not even debating. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. And that's it. I have no opinion toward this. I'm going to be annoyed that the left's going to be talking shit about it. But other than that, I really have no opinion. I don't care. But she was holding the Bible and whatever else she had on her really high. And I don't think he was paying attention. He doesn't care. Like,
if you're not, wait a minute, hold on. If you're not paying attention while you're being sworn in, what else are you not going to pay attention to? I mean, what might you sign without paying attention? You're going to get sworn in something you've only done.
He's not paying attention to his wife and his left hand. He's paying attention to the judge in front of him and his right hand and the direction and reading the thing. And
I cannot believe you saying what you're saying.
And it's because he's not religious that he's not paying attention to the Bible, and it wasn't on his mind because he's not religious. So that I kind of agree with.
Yeah, I definitely think him not being religious has a lot to do with it. But the fact is, a lot of folks that voted for Trump think he is religious. I think to me, stuff like those. That he's pretty much proving that he's not very religious. I mean, because I don't know any God-fearing Christian that would do what he just did today.
Let's go like this: like for us Christian or for any religion, there's being the religion and being faithful and religious, and there's it being your culture and your kind of like identity. Like for me, I tend to lean more toward it's my identity, it's who I am. I grew up in the church. And I think with Trump, it's more like that. It's his identity. He grew up in the church. Not that religious, but it's who he is,
I mean, I grew up in the church. I'm not very religious now either, but I mean, you only swear in twice in your whole damn life. I mean, I would definitely put my hand on the Bible for an event like this. I mean, if you don't put your hand on the Bible for an event like this, you want to make it known that I don't want to mess up and have you thinking something that I'm not. He's not Christian. This is about as clear of an example as you can get.
This is more symbolism.
Yeah, symbolism that you're not a Christian.
I wouldn't go that far. It's symbolism that he doesn't care about these things.
You do realize though he's on tape saying I'm not a Christian, right?
Listen, let's not debate this again.
Here is the video. By the way, I don't know why they put all this graphic shit behind it. No, this is not a video. Hang on, this is not a video. This is just a snapshot for folks who say they didn't see it. I don't know why they put the graphic behind it, but there you go. He got his hand up, and the other hand is not on the Bible, and his wife is standing there holding the Bible. I mean, like, she ain't standing there just holding that shit for nothing. This is deliberate. Huh?
What's the book on top of the Bible?
Sometimes they do more than one Bible, and then they sign them and things like that. Sometimes sometimes they'll take the oath and they'll.
Selling one.
Huh?
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't sell one or two of them.
You laughing because you know there's some grifting ass shit right here. This is grifting. I can hear you laughing.
They always say MAGA defends Trump no matter what. everybody MAGA thinks Trump is a piece of shit. We don't think, we're not delusional. We know who Trump is. We just think he makes a good president. He's our piece of shit.
I'm fine with the suggestion that he makes a good president. I get that he does things that could be beneficial to the country or beneficial to a lot of people in the country. But I'm just simply saying, just because he gives us a good economy or you don't have wars or the price of gas go down, doesn't mean you ignore every damn thing that's going on. And this right here is something we normally would not ignore.
What else is there that's in direct control of the president?
What?
He already gave us a peace, a ceasefire in Israel and stuff.
But I go back to what I
take away the credit from him.
I'm not taking away. I'm not taking away any of his credit. I'm not taking away any of his credit. I'm going back to what I just said, though. Just because you're doing what's right for America does not mean people ignore semantics like this. Like I said, Obama not wearing a flag lapel pin. You know how petty that is? Just a little pin on the collar. They were holding him accountable for that. This dude ain't swearing on the Bible.
I agree with you. I find it petty when it came to Obama too.
I didn't hear anybody on the right said it was petty though. All of a sudden now they're pointing out pettiness because their guy don't screwed up. But when Obama was doing that stuff, he was getting all sorts of segments on Fox.
Because the people that think that it's petty don't go out of their way to defend Obama.
Yeah.
Who just stands out and be like, hey, I think this is petty. They keep their mouth shut and be like, all right, I'll just ignore this.
In other words, it's okay to be. It's okay to be petty when it's the other guy.
I mean, also pointing it out is petty, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And the comments, Will says hold on.
Petty is also petty.
What? Okay, speaking of petty, we know the flag was raised. Hang on. Before we talking about petty, we know they raised the flag in the middle of Jimmy Carter's mourning period. Will G says they also took General Milley's picture off the wall at the Pentagon. You talking about petty? Really?
Yep, definitely petty, but I really don't care that I hate that we're wasting time debating this. There's so much more important shit going on.
It wouldn't happen if your guy wasn't doing it.
I don't think he's doing it on purpose. Well, the Melly thing.
Really?
On purpose. The Bible thing, I don't think he did on purpose.
So then I gotta ask you what I asked my last caller. Elon Musk with that salute, what the hell was that?
I didn't see the video, but
how about right now? I'll show you the video. I'll show you the video right now on the screen. Right on the screen behind me. That's Elon Musk. I didn't play the audio, but just what the hell is he doing right there? What is that?
I don't know. I gotta hear the audio. What the fuck's he doing?
I mean, do you normally do that as part of a conversation?
I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know if he's making fun of something. I don't know what he's doing.
Okay.
I gotta watch that.
I mean, because you know.
On the audio or?
I don't know if this video has audio or not. There's other longer videos. I'll see if I can play this one and see if anything was being said.
Thank you.
Either way,
for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh man, he just said, yeah. Let me see if I can find him. Yeah, it does look like it's problematic because it ain't got nothing to do with what he was saying. Let me see if I can find another video where the audio's a little bit better because it ain't got nothing to do with that.
You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured.
I don't know. What say you?
I could lean either way for that one.
I think that my heart goes out to you statement gives him plausible deniability, but it looks like what Denkow said. It looked like he was doing that deliberately. I mean, I've never seen anybody else do something like that. I mean, he did the salute, but he can say, well, that's how it usually works, where I can say, yeah, I did it, but it meant something else. And I think that's what we see here.
Yeah, there's a movie that came on Amazon the other day where the guy was accidentally, like Trump doing looks like he's doing hand jobs as he's doing like hand salutes. So, it's like Trump giving hand jobs to everybody when he's dancing. You know, it's just he's not doing it on purpose. It's just,
Well, but in Trump's case, we know the guy's 80-something years old and he doesn't know how to dance. Remember, you know, here's the crazy thing. I often say that I find it to be kind of funny because they were to inspire the black vote. You had a hell of a lot of people saying that Trump was once on Soul Train. And I often bring up that John Travolta has recently did a Capital One commercial at the age he is now. I think he's about 70. And they're doing it as a remake to the Saturday Night Fever movie he was in back in the 70s with the Bee Gees singing. And you can still see he knows how to dance. Even though he's like 70-something, John Travolta still knows. When you look at Trump up there jacking off, does that look like a dude that's ever appeared on Soul Train in his life? Ever?
Well, listen, John Travolta had a very long career where he did a lot of dancing.
You don't get that bad, Mago. I don't care if you you don't get that bad.
One episode of Soul Train is not gonna make you professional.
You don't, yeah, but you don't get to the point where you jack it. You don't go from Soul Train to jacking off. You don't get that bad.
I don't know. I would have to see the episode of Soul Train. I don't know what
He was no. The point I'm making is he was never on Soul Train. That's what the point I'm making is. You don't be somebody on Soul Train dancing and then you look like that. That shows he was never on Soul Train.
Do they not have recordings of this?
No, the recordings look like some dude that is tall and blonde, I guess, but it ain't him. He was never on Soul Train.
Oh my gosh, I wouldn't care. Also with Elon, you know he's like autistic in a way or something. I forgot what he has.
He got Hitler syndrome. Yeah, he got Hitler syndrome. Yeah, he's autistic, all right. He got Adolf disease, look like to me.
Hey, some people with Tourette's, they
Yeah.
say a lot of racist shit.
Yes, some people got Tourette's. Some people got Tourette's. Others have contacted the Third Reich. Yeah, he contracted the Third Reich. Like he got Adolf syndrome. Asperger's for somebody.
I was watching a video of some guy that does falconry, and they were trying to say that he was doing the Adolf salute when he would just sticking his hand out for his falcon to land on it.
Ain't no falcon. There was not a falcon in the room here, though. If a falcon came down from the screen. Say that again.
He was trying to do like my heart out to you. He just did it funny. But the way you did it, I'm with you. Like it does look like the Hitler.
Hell yeah, look like it. All right, well we agree with some MAGA reacts. I gotta move it on. Always a pleasure, man. Thank you for coming through.
Yeah, same here, man.
Good talk. All right, moving on. That is MAGA Reacts. Always a pleasure talking to MAGA Reacts. That is MAGA. We just, we have a difference of opinion occasionally, but comes on through. Always good to talk to him. No more Democrats ever, says Cher Lewis. That's not going to happen. You hear people saying that the Democrats are trash. This is the end of the Democrats. They fucking lost an election. That's all this amounts to, is that the Democrats lost an election this time. Biden did not get beat by hardly any more than he beat Trump by in 2020. It's just an election, folks. Most likely, Trump will get in there. Well, we know he'll get in there, but most likely the midterms will swing back the other. This is what happens. Now, if something out of hand takes place, then that's different, but it's just another election. Trump won by a similar margin that he lost by in 2020. Landslide. I got a mandate. Nothing get into that shit. Biden won all the swing states in 2020. Did he have a mandate? So, did he win by a landslide? All these terms that Trump is, he just won this time. That's all it is. Democrats lost. They'll pick themselves up. It's just like your kid comes home from a little league game or a basketball game and he's in tears. You just lost today. That's all it is. You'll get to play tomorrow. You go out there and practice, and tomorrow. That's all it is. It ain't the end of the Democrats, and we're just going to have a Republican philosophy. That ain't how it works. You just lost today. That's all it is. You must not have watched the video, says James. What video? Talking about the one that I got on the screen here? Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, says doing work. Well, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, is an anti-gay sentiment. That's not even trans. I think we're past that, are we not? Unless you want to rescind same-sex marriage. Because Trump talked about there's only two genders, but Adam and Eve, or better yet, Adam and Steve, Adam and Steve can still get busy with only two genders. It's just male on male. So that doesn't change that part of it. Keep telling yourself that bullshit, says Shane Lewis. What bullshit? Real quick in the comments, I do wanted to respond to a super chat. Global war on terror is still going on. Names the cartel as terrorists. That is a fact. He's saying that the global war on terror still exists, yet Trump is going after the cartels as terrorists. So the president of the United States doesn't have to go to Congress, and sending the military to occupy the border seems like a new war front to me. It is. I mentioned earlier, I got Instagram back up. I don't know. I tried to bring a caller up earlier, but if anybody has ever seen the 1990s film Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, that is what Trump is doing. Now, you may have seen some of the subsequent movies like Sum of All Fear, and some of the other movies came out. I think that one had Ben Affleck in it, but the first one, Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, that's exactly what Trump is trying to do. Where in that movie, the president, the guy who played the president, went after the cartels like, it's our money, and he blows up a cartel's plantation, and same thing. This is what, and Trump will say, just like he said in Iraq, we should have kept the oil. If he takes on the cartel, he's probably going to be talking about seizing the money. It's our money. That's what the guy in the movie said. Drug money, it's our money. And they seize millions of dollars from the guy or whatever. Yeah, if you haven't seen them, it's a good movie too, by the way. But if you haven't seen Clear and Present Danger, that is exactly what Trump is talking about doing. Starting your own little war was one of the quotes in there. That's what he's talking about doing. And as Will rightfully points out, you don't need Congress for that. If you deem the cartels as terrorists, you now have some military powers. Like you can start doing droning of, let's say for instance, you believe fentanyl coming into the country is the issue. If you know they're making it on some farm or in the middle of the jungle somewhere, you can drone that. You can now drone and blow that up. I mean, casualties and all of that. I mean, you can now begin striking targets in sovereign Mexico. Surely that could cause some problems, I would assume people realize, but that's what could happen if you start deeming just like when we were going out to Al-Qaeda, we were going into sovereign countries to get them. Obviously, we yanked bin Laden out of Pakistan. That's a sovereign nation. You're over there killing people inside of their country. That's what this could lead to. Remember, he was the guy that was going to get us out of global conflicts. That sounds like an expansion. 2 million versus 7 million. Big difference. Dennis Calhoun, 2 million what versus 7 million? I'd like to know what, I'm kind of late to the party on that one. Apologies, Channel Zero dropped Tired of 45 as a premiere, but is apparently 6 years old. Well, because it would be Tired of 47 now. I like to hear that though. He's saying that Chuck D of Public Enemy, Tired of 45 was a track they put out. Tired of the 45th president. All right, let me go back to the box. Want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. By the way, tap the screen. Can we get to 40,000? Make that happen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 40,000. Smash that like button for my YouTube horizontal, my YouTube vertical. She a smooth criminal. It's snowing. It's all Trump's fault. Bendito. What are you saying that they blame Trump for every damn thing you said? It's snowing. It's cold. So Trump did that too. He just signed the executive orders. He has given pardons to all January 6ers. Yeah, I'm looking at, I got the big screen on behind me, and yeah, I see on Fox it says Trump pardons 1,500 charged in January 6th case. Let me see if I can play a little bit of audio. I don't want to.
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke.
All right.
When I left office, Iran.
They asking him questions, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of footage. If there is one thing I do really, really like about Trump is he makes politics interesting. I don't agree with all his policies. I didn't agree with all of Biden's policies. I didn't agree with what he did on the border. I thought he could have did a much better job on that. But if there's one thing I will certainly give Trump credit for is that he brings more Americans to the political forum. And it's your civic duty. You should engage in politics. You should vote. And love him or hate him, because there's a lot of people that come out and vote simply out of hate for this dude where they may have not voted. Just like there's a lot of people who come out and vote for him out of love for him where they may have not voted. He brings more people out to get involved in their civic duty. So I like that part about him. And the next 4 years is just going to be constant content, because he's going to be doing this and crazy shit. We know how he operates. That ain't going to stop. It's only going to increase. I mean, he can't stay off social media. He's going to be in the middle of the night, sitting on the toilet, taking his shit, saying something awful about somebody on social media. I mean, that's just what he does. So we'll see. With Trump, he tells us what's going on and involves us and listens to us. MAGA reacts. He is a transparent president. Trump does indeed do what you say. He does tell us what's going on, and he does involve you and listen to you. However, he is not always honest. So, yes, he talks to the people a lot more than Biden or Kamala or Obama or any of them in the past. But what he's saying is not always honest. I mean, I always use the Haitian migrant thing. That is not true. That Haitian migrant, cats and dogs thing. Notice how, because I'm going to assume, and I'll go to the box after this, I'm going to assume that just like the liberals and the tree huggers, so to speak, just like PETA, MAGA loves animals. MAGA has, there's plenty of Trump supporters that have dogs and cats and treat their pets like members of the family as well. If what the Haitian migrants was doing in Springfield was so evil, you notice there is no follow-up at all. After Trump said that, they essentially were like, that's old news, let's just move on. If innocent animals are being killed like that, why aren't you following up on it? You just said it and you're totally okay with just forgetting about it ever happened, huh? So I'm going to tell you right off the bat, yeah, he does speak to the people, but he ain't always honest in some of the things he says, such as he won the 2020 election by a landslide. That wasn't honest. Looking in the comments, said the man who doesn't know Haitians, says, I can't pronounce the name, Greek something. No, I don't know many Haitians. I'm pretty damn sure I probably don't know any less than Trump. So, or J.D. Vance, you think they hanging around a bunch of Haitians? You really think they hanging out and eating jerk chicken or whatever the hell they eat them? No, they don't hang around them either. So don't just fault me. I'm just going to say this. If I seen evidence, I'd have a different outcome. If I seen evidence that they were doing what Trump said, that would be different. And the evidence is lacking, is very much lacking. I actually watched the body cam footage of an actual police call. Lars, Bambi, I watched the body cam footage as well. I saw a woman sitting in between what looked like an apartment complex, a black woman. She was finishing off a cat. A whole bunch of pushback. First of all, the police car had a different town on it, so it wasn't in Springfield, Ohio. In fact, the town that it happened in is not even in the same county as Springfield. That's number one. Number two, the black woman, there's no evidence that she's a Haitian migrant. She's just somebody who happens to be a person of color. That's number two. Number three, the cat that is deceased that she was eating was just a cat that she literally looked like she picked up and started biting. The point I want to make on that is humans, even the most tribalistic humans around the world, all use, when eating four-legged animals like that, fire to tenderize and process the meat so that our teeth and digestive system can consume it. There is no culture on earth that picks up a actual cat and just bites into it. No culture does that. Even the cultures that may eat those animals will process them, gut them, chop them up, use fire to cook them. You don't just pick up a cat with fur and all and just bite into it. Nobody does that. I don't care who has eating animals in their culture. They do not eat animals like that. This woman was obviously mentally ill. She was not a representative of any culture because no culture eats animals that way. So the idea that when this woman is sitting there, and by the way, who the hell were like that anyway. You're just sitting outside on the sidewalk in the middle of an apartment complex, just biting into a regular living cat. They don't even do that in Haiti. They don't just sit there in front of their house, grab some stray animal, pick it up, and just start biting into it. There's no culture that does that. I mean, it just shows the ignorance to some degree of the American people that you believe that a human being would just bite into a living animal as part of their culture. Your body is not designed to process a animal like that. I mean, you couldn't digest it. Your teeth couldn't. I mean, it's insane to think that would happen. But people actually were buying that. But that's not. And by the way, he said dogs and gooses or ducks or something like that too. I haven't seen any videos of dogs and ducks. So it's not true what happened. And by the way, there's also Little Haiti in Florida. There's a ton of boroughs in New York that have a bunch of Haitians. I had never heard that they do this until he said that. There's over 500,000 Haitians in Florida. Never heard people talking about that. Where are all of the other citizens that are losing their pets? And like I said, no follow-up from the Trump administration or MAGA at all. You should be all over that. I mean, if they're doing something that awful, people should be, where are all the signs of missing pets and all of that? None of that's happening. Looking in the comments, our bodies are designed. Yeah, your bodies ain't designed to process a live cat. You just ain't. Fur and all of that. I mean, you'd be sick real quick. I eat cat with hair every night. Try it. My girl loves it. Yeah, but your girl gets to walk away. You ain't digesting her. Shit, you eating pussy that bad? You biting into the pussy? Let me see. Our bodies just crazy. Let me go back to the box. They said they saw the videos. Yeah, you can see anything if you want to see it. But I've seen it because I've had 20 lives on this whole comment. Since he said that at the debate, I've had about 20 lives on it. People sent me all kinds of stuff. Most of it is people eating those animals in other countries. But an actual video where you can prove that the person on the video is a Haitian migrant, you can prove it's taking place in Springfield, and you can prove that it's a cat, geese, or a dog that the person is eating. I haven't seen that. I've seen a video of a man walking down the street with what looked like 2 ducks in his hand. And people said that don't show shit. That shows you got a black man with 2 dead ducks in his hand. Is he picking up roadkill? Did he just go hunting? Is he actually a Jamaican? How do you know he's a Haitian? How do you know he's going to actually eat the animals? For all you know, he may have picked up roadkill to get him off the street, to hand him over to the ASPCA or you know, whatever. You're making a whole bunch of assumptions. Show me a video where somebody simply takes the life of one of these animals, processes it, and cooks it and eats it. 20,000 people in this small town. You can't find one of those? I can show you videos of people being shot and killed all over the internet. You can't find that? Come on now. Getting video of people eating does not mean they don't. No, but 20,000 migrants in one town and you can't find any video at all. You can't prove this at all by video. Something's wrong with that. Something is wrong with that. It shouldn't be that hard to find. I mean, you can go, like I said, you can get videos of people losing their life. Videos of the police taking people's lives. I mean, there's tons of videos. But these one group that's doing this, we can't find any video. They just happen to be so smart that all of them in sync are hiding what they're doing. Not true. Not true. I will say, handsome liberal, I do appreciate your Libra-like tendencies. Although you're a lefty, you do at least try to see both sides. Kudos to you for that. Lars, thank you for that. Appreciate that. You know, like I said, we can be on different sides of the aisle. And like I said, if I see something on the right that makes sense, I'll call it out. I'm not that far to the left. Continuing on with the program, Mike. Now, Mike called me out earlier. Michael, one of my subscribers. We always get a subscriber's first digs. Good evening, Mike.
Lars, that was bullshit. Tim, you gotta stop with these people. Stop it. Stop talking about the cats and dogs, number one.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to bring up the cats and dogs because people care about pets. If you're going to say that innocent animals are dying like this, damn it, show me your follow-up.
Where did I tell you to tell these people to go look for? If they want to know if anybody's doing anything on any scale to pets, where did I tell you to send them? Tell them to go to the PETA website. If there's anything going on this planet where people are harming animals, If it ain't on the PETA website, that shit ain't happening.
That's a great point.
Listen,
Yep, great point.
Michael Vick went to prison for fighting dogs. Listen, come on now.
Yep, that's a great point.
And listen, and they still were. You know when he just signed at Norfolk for coaching
Say that again.
at Norfolk State? Yeah, they were protesting there.
Oh yeah. He is Yeah, right. I mean, there are people who think Michael Vick should never be. Yeah, they think he should be punished for life for that.
Still, so what are we talking about? These people need to let this shit go. But let's get back to some of the other shit. This is why people like MAGA reacts, and I'm talking to him specifically because listen, that was some Nancy Kerrigan bullshit.
Nancy Kerrigan, wow. Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah, I went there, didn't I?
Yes.
Listen, and this is why you can't have a conversation. We saw what we saw.
Yeah.
You can't act like it didn't happen. He didn't put his hand on the Bible. And here's the thing. He doesn't have to. Legally, constitutionally, he doesn't have to. But here's the thing. They'll argue a point that's not even relevant. He doesn't have to. He didn't. It's a bad look because he's supposed to be a Christian.
I actually asked him that too. I said, "Are you just debating for the sake of debating?" Because him not putting his hand on the Bible, that should be huge news. The fact that he's not holding him accountable for that would be huge news if a lefty did that.
Oh yeah, I think it was a triple ask for the great. But a few of us was in the comments. You must be paying MAGA reacts to come up here and say some of the shit he says because I don't believe he believes it. I'm just playing.
I don't know.
I don't believe he believes that. Like I heard somebody earlier trying to talk their way around what Elon did. Here's the problem. Here's the problem when they talk about that SMOTC sign or whatever.
Right.
You got to remember, Lindsey Graham back in 2024 said the reason we're losing is we don't have enough angry young white men.
Did he say it like that?
Remember when Lindsey Graham said that?
No.
Lindsey Graham said exactly that. That's Lindsey Graham's quote from back in 2012.
Jesus.
Back in 2012. Yes, he did. So, this is what they've been working for. This is what they've been wanting. And so, when last night, when Trump called the J6 people hostages, you knew he was going to let them out.
Well, he already promised that, though.
Yeah. But he continues to call them hostages. So, we have to listen. There's this idea, and another thing. Just because he's talking to you doesn't constitute a legitimate conversation.
What do you mean?
Somebody can lie to your face. Well, because you have this position where you give him credit, which I really, it drives me crazy to say, you say he's entertaining.
Talking about Trump?
Avengers is entertaining.
Trump. I do think Trump is. I think Trump is very entertaining.
But when people say he talks to the people and he listens to us, that's bullshit.
I don't know about that. I mean, hold on.
Because you're speaking.
Do you think that Trump gives dog whistles to people who are bigoted or intolerant?
100%.
Then he's talking to them. Then he's listening to them.
But that doesn't mean that the content is in positive in nature for all Americans.
Now you're moving the bar. You're moving the goalposts. I said I didn't say what he says is positive. I said he talks to certain people.
Okay, well then, fine. Then I have no argument there.
Okay.
He talks to certain people.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So he's talking to certain people. He's talking about the dogs and cats. He's talking about all the things that lies are talking to. It's just disingenuine or it's a lie. And if you want to call that conversation,
I don't think everything he said. I gotta defend Trump and push back on you as always. Everything he says is not a lie. I think some of the stuff he said about Biden's border policies is true. I mean, I'm not a fan of some of the gender stuff we deal with. Some of it is exaggeration, but some of it is true. I mean, I do think it's kind of crazy that people have a hard time defining what a woman is. That doesn't make any sense to me. You should know.
Well, here's the thing. Well, when you were talking about gender before. Yeah, we didn't grow up with understanding anything but what we were taught as far as when it came to gender, right? That's what we knew, right? I mean, male, female, bias from. That's what we knew, right?
Okay.
But if you talk to, but if you go do some research, there's more than just the two. My thing is this. You've said this dozens of times of what I'm about to say. Why lie when the truth is sufficient?
True.
You've said that.
I have said that
dozens of times.
I have said that.
Okay, so anything outside of the truth, even though that's still conversation, but it's done for a reason. It's targeted. It's targeted. It's getting people angry. It's making his followers angry. This is white national supremacy all over again. That's why I say what I say. When you say go check facts or some of the things he did today with his executive orders, or it's constant fear mongering, and people are he just ordered all federal workers by executive order back to work, back to full time in the office.
Yeah. Here's my issue with this, though. Wait, hold up. Here's my issue with this, though. And regardless of how you feel about Trump, and I'm telling this particularly to a lot of my female viewers, this guy ain't doing shit that he didn't tell you he was going to do if he got elected. And people elected him. And most of the stuff, with the exception of some of these land grabs like Panama and Greenland, everything else that people were chastising Trump for, he promised that he was considering doing this stuff before he got elected. So you can't elect the guy and then get mad at him for keeping his promise.
No, I'm not mad at anything he's doing, because I was already in this position before. I've been consistent, Tim. The thing is when they try to make it seem like a thing is not a thing, right? Like some of the things that he's talking about doing, like no taxes.
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, yeah.
When you look at reports, they're talking about, listen, when you go back and look at what we historically annually pull in from that federal and state taxes revenue, you're talking about billions to the low trillions, right? 800 billion.
It's going to be virtually, only way he can do it is to say fuck the next administration. That's really, he can do it and put us in a huge deficit that's going to be passed or kicked down the can to the next guy that takes over after him. So he'll be able to brag, and the next guy will be in tears. So that's the only, because you can't get rid of that much money without it causing some major problems.
And his supporters will look at it. Well, he did what he said because it's such a cult of personality. He did it. Although it was fuckery, he did it, right? It's like, it's just silly to me.
Are you saying you love the poorly educated?
You know what? Honestly, Tim, it's sad. We wanted to be earlier. I heard you on Lumberjack earlier.
Oh my God!
Man, listen, it's sad because they honestly believe that whatever he does, it's gonna work itself out and be good. And when it's not, then they'll do the whataboutisms, right? It doesn't matter. Like, well, what about? It's like, this shit is not good, man.
Well, it's going to be exactly what it is. And I seen the comments. Gen X says Mike is cray, but I'd still have a beer with him. He thinks you're crazy, but he said I still. But
was that Gen X?
Yes, that's Gen X.
You said that was Gen X?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with Gen X. After what he did to you on that live, I'm not fucking with Gen X. He didn't have to do that, man. He didn't have to do that. But anyway, go ahead.
No. What was he talking about? You threw me off with that. They'll just say this. If Trump promises to do something, like the tax on tips, tax on overtime, and it doesn't happen or something like that, I still think that the common response will be, even if he only meet a small percentage of his promises, he's still far, far better than having Kamala Harris or Joe Biden back in there.
That's what they'll say. But here's the thing. They don't. It's so strange because I feel like a lot of his supporters, they talk about, people on the left or whatever, don't read or don't just talk points. They never follow through on anything. Because when he talked about no overtime on no taxes on overtime and no taxes on tips,
right?
He was also talking to Elon in the same breath where he was praising Elon for firing people so he wouldn't have to pay overtime.
Well, but then that's what it is. You're not going to get. I'm not going to. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm not going to tax your overtime because I'm not going to give you overtime.
Gonna pay you? Yes. Tim, I'm a business owner. This is the most ludicrous shit I've ever heard in my life. Guess what? How they're gonna get around it? You won't get overtime. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
How about that? And here's the thing. And then they'll figure out another way, because there's multiple ways you can declare tips, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah.
And I know they know that, because if it's not cash tips and it's collected as an aggregate and if you say you split it evenly, the people the tips that they were getting directly, it's not as clear cut, but they're not paying attention. Listen, these billionaires do not have any. They do not have anything in their agenda that's going to.
They don't have the best interest of the work. They don't have the best interest of the working man at heart. Yeah, and I don't. To me, to me, anybody that thinks, and I know I'm going to be on the wrong side of a lot of MAGA when I say this, but yeah, anybody that thinks a bunch of billionaires had the best interest of the working man at heart don't know how this shit works. I mean, Jeff Bezos, for instance, his folks are on strike. They were taking strikes over the holidays. So Amazon, they'll tell you, they don't want us to unionize. They're not paying us right. I mean, yeah, billionaires do not tend to be so focused on making sure that you and me do well. They tend to be focused on making sure those billions grow. So, yeah, I don't see that. I mean, go ahead.
It's insane. I'm going to end this and then I'll let you go. It's insane. MAGA, no, you don't need to come up. You don't understand what's going on, dude. You're playing in the kitty. You don't know what's going on. These billionaires or trillionaires, when is the last time you heard any of them give anything to anybody charitably?
That happens. That happens. Didn't Elon give a?
We're talking about.
It ain't what they normally do.
They never do. I'm not saying they never do. That's not what they do.
Okay.
All these laws changing, trying to do the DOG, like everything they're talking about is going to increase spending. By the way, just so you know, MAGA reacts. Every executive order that he's doing, they're going to be fighting in court. So guess what that's going to do? Because the government has to defend these things in court. That's just more spending. Getting everybody back into the office, that's just more cost. That's just more because they're not at home anymore. Now they're back in these offices that some of these offices don't even have floors open. Yeah. See, some of these office buildings, they close off floors, Tim, because they don't have people.
It's going to be a fun time.
Cars on the road. It's just crazy.
Bro, that's who we elected. You know how it works. I got to move it on, man.
Hey, man, would you call me, please?
Yes, after the show.
Give me a call. I got to send you something.
All right,
bro.
We'll make it happen. All right, looking in the comments, I was about to bring one of my viewers on Instagram here. It doesn't. What the hell am I looking at here? I can try to see if I can go live with them. See if it makes. I'm having some issues with Instagram. We're trying to bring callers up on there as well. Let's see if it works. Pause because you weren't using the app. Okay. Are you there? Okay. I'm still, like I said, folks, I'm still learning how to use Instagram. I know how to use TikTok, but I'm trying to be able to, because I want to bring up more MAGA, and I know a lot of you folks will come over to Instagram and bringing folks up. It's telling me he's here, but apparently I don't hear him. So it is what it is. I may have to drop him then. Let's just hit cancel. Okay, let me go back to the box real quick. Gen X, I see you there. I don't know if it'll bring you up. Let me see here. For some reason, it worked with you last time. I need MAGA to tell me one thing. Okay, there. I think it's going to bring you up. Gen X, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, it works for you. Let me make sure I can.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can hear you, but the volume is pretty low. I'm trying to make sure the volume is high enough to do a show with you. The crazy thing is, I see what I'm.
Trying to bring people up.
Yeah, the crazy, you know what it is? I got my everything is Samsung except this here is a smartphone. I mean, it's an iPhone, and I'm getting used to using an iPhone, so the volume is on the other side and shit like that. Okay, so did you see the inauguration today?
I saw parts of it. Yeah, I came home today, so I was in and out. I had a lot of shit going on.
What about this? Two things. First of all, a president not swearing on the Bible. Does that mean anything to you at all?
I didn't catch that. But to answer your question, yeah, that's kind of that ain't okay. I don't know. I have to see it though, because I would say something about that if it was on the other side of the aisle.
I got it on the screen behind me. That is a freeze frame of it. I mean, his right hand is up, and his left hand is not on the Bible, and Melania is standing right next to him holding, I think one of those is Abraham Lincoln's Bible, and the other one, there's two different Bibles. I forgot what they are, but it's two different Bibles. His hand is clearly not on either one of them.
Is he holding Melania?
No, his hand is just down by his side. Both of Melania's hands are under the Bible. You can clearly see that. Both of her hands are under the Bible, supporting the Bibles.
Maybe he's holding her ass.
Right, in the middle of an inauguration. Just holding somebody's ass on national TV. So you can see that I'm zooming in. You can see both of her hands. She's clearly wearing a wedding ring or something, but you can clearly see both of her hands are under the Bible. So, yeah, his hand is not on it, and both of her hands are holding it up for him to easily be able to put his hand on it. So he deliberately chose not to do that.
But you know what? It looks like, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but it looks like he's got his other hand up.
Yeah, you have one hand up, like when you're in court. You put one hand up.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I wonder if that was just like an absence of mind thing, where he just wasn't.
Come on now.
You know what I mean?
Your wife is standing there with two Bibles in her hand. I mean, like, can you not see? You know what she's standing there for.
Well, she's even kind of looking at him like, motherfucker, what are you doing?
Yeah, and she's not the only one. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them that are behind him that's standing there looking at him like, what the hell's going on? They're looking at him like, your ass about to make the news with this bullshit.
Yeah, I don't think he did that maliciously. And you know what? He pardoned all my Proud Boys, so he gets a pass for that one.
How many Proud Boys got hit behind this? Because they weren't all Proud Boys.
There was a lot of them. There was a lot of Proud Boys, Oath Keepers. There was a lot of people in there that weren't involved with either of the groups. People that just kind of fucking wandered in, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah, 1,500 according to Fox. 1,500 people. So I guess he's pardoning folks that had already did time and that already paid their debt, but they're free, but it's on their record or something like that.
I think if he pardons them, it gives them all their rights back. They get their right to vote back, their gun rights.
Do you believe everybody that was in there should have gotten pardoned?
Yeah.
The ones that bear sprayed the cops, you'd pardon them?
Yeah.
The ones that
I would pardon them. Why? Because you don't give 20 years for somebody for bear spraying a cop, and then give probation and mental health classes to a guy who sticks his pecker in a child's face.
Yeah, but but Gen X, you could commute their sentence. You don't have to pardon them entirely. You could commute their sentence.
He did both.
Okay, so some folks did. So some folks do have it still on their record then.
Yeah. He did some commute. Right. From what I read, he commuted some and he pardoned some of the others.
Yeah, and I see in the comments somebody asked me, so is the Proud Boys more important than the Bible? Interesting point. So let me ask you also, you have in MAGA...
Just no to that.
Say that again?
Just no to that. Let me be very clear on that.
So you do have an issue with him not doing... Well, I mean, the guy said he was not a Christian before, so it's not like it should be that much of a surprise because he said it before. What about the Elon thing? Looked like he's giving the Heil Adolf salute.
You know what? I looked for every hole on that when you brought it up, and at first I was kind of cussing you under my breath, thinking, man, Tim's at it again, man. He's just trying to fuck with people to fuck with them. And then I watched it with the sound, and he's clearly trolling everybody. That's a Roman salute, man. We call that a Roman.
Okay.
And there ain't no mistake. He's trolling people.
Okay, so people who say that this looks like something out of 1930s Germany have a legitimate case to make.
Yeah, he's trolling people, man. Absolutely.
Man.
It's brilliant. I think it's funny, but yeah, he's definitely trolling.
You think getting up there and imitating Adolf is funny?
I think it's hilarious, actually.
Really? Oh my God. Did you find it hilarious when Colin Kaepernick took a knee during the anthem?
No, I didn't.
But imitating Adolf is hilarious to you. You sure you ain't telling me something about you, man?
No, it's clearly a double standard on my part, but at least I'm man enough to admit that.
Wait, because I got one of my viewers on YouTube saying, wow, this caller is racist as fuck. You're telling me you didn't find it funny when the guy takes a knee during the anthem, but when somebody imitates Adolf, you find that funny?
Yeah, I thought that. I think it's funny as hell. Not that he's imitating him, that he's trolling everybody. I think the trolling part's the funny part.
Trolling? I think he's scaring the shit out of people. That ain't imitating. So what's next? Running down the street butt naked with a swastika around you? I mean, what do you mean? That ain't trolling. That's imitating.
trolling, man. He's just fucking with people.
Oh my God. Yeah, Jewish people and people who have dealt with this stuff throughout history.
Hey, you know what's funny? I'll bet you there's not one Jewish person that's fucking bitching about it. You know who's bitching about it? The left. The fucking virtue signaling left-hand fucking media and Bidenites.
Well,
They just want to find something wrong with the right. That's who's got a problem.
well, to some degree, Gen X, a lot of Jewish people are the left. I mean, you know, I think, what is the guy, the Comedy Central guy, I can't think of his name, Jon Stewart. I think, isn't he Jewish? I mean, a lot of them are the left. Certainly,
Yeah.
there's certainly going to be a lot of them on the left if you folks on the right find that to be funny. I mean, some of these people, their ancestors died because of these guys. You think imitating guys who are responsible for potentially as many as 6 million murders is hilarious?
No, don't do that. Stop it, Tim.
I made it.
I
Wait a
didn't
minute.
say that. I said it was funny. Too.
Yes, I'm talking about you. I know. I'm talking about you. You think imitating a guy that's taking the life of potentially 6 million people? You think imitating that guy is funny?
I think trolling the left is very funny. Yeah, I think that's hilarious, actually.
I'm okay with finding humor in trolling the left, but there has to be a limitation on what you can do. I mean, like, man.
Limitation. Show me where in the Constitution it says that me expressing myself has limitations, or the government should limit my ability to express myself. I'll wait.
No, I get your point. It's not going to be in the Constitution, but I mean, just like swearing on the Bible ain't in the Constitution, or wearing a flag lapel pin on stage is not in the Constitution. But does it have to be in the Constitution to be morally right?
I never said it was morally right. What I said it was funny that he's trolling people.
Let me ask you this: would it make sense?
Yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know that he's trolling people. To me, it appears that way.
Yeah, if it appears that way to you, it's going to certainly appear that way to thousands, if not millions, of other people too. And
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
So you do understand then how some folks are claiming that your side of the aisle is loaded with a bunch of supremacists and racists. I mean, you're admitting he's imitating the guy. You just find it funny, but you are admitting he's imitating the guy.
No, I'm saying it appears to me that he's imitating and trolling the left.
What's the difference?
You keep mixing my word up. You keep playing word salad with my words.
What do you mean by imitating and trolling? You said it looks like that Roman salute. You admitted it looks like that. So tell me, explain what you mean by trolling. Define
He
it.
knows that people will see it exactly like that, so he did it knowing that he would get a bad reaction.
Okay, so you can't complain when you get a bad reaction then, can you?
I don't think he is complaining. He's sitting on $3 billion. I wouldn't complain about anything.
Well, yeah, he got a ton of money. I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, so did Adolf. But I mean, to me, it sounds like, you know, like if I get up in the middle of the night and 3 dudes are telling jokes on my front lawn with a cross burning in the background, I'm going to think it's what I'm looking at. I mean, don't hold a comedy show on my front lawn with that as a prop. I mean, trolling? Is there anything that you believe that should not be used as a tool to troll?
No. If you're not physically hurting something, now do I think it's in good taste? Absolutely not.
Sexual
Is
abuse.
it something I would do? Absolutely not. Do I think there should be a restriction on any type of expression where you're not hurting somebody else? If you're hurting their feelings, fuck them. Fuck your feelings.
So
my rights don't end where somebody else's feelings begin.
So somebody trolled sexual abuse of Trump's children, but the children were not actually being injured. You're okay with that?
I don't like it, but who am I to tell somebody else how to express themselves, or how to troll or not to troll?
You understand
There's a
it.
difference between the right and the left. The left wants to control what other people do. They want to be the thought police. They want me to behave the way they expect me to behave. They want me to speak the way they expect me to speak. They want me to use the language that they expect me to use so I don't offend them. Fuck them.
All right.
I'm my own person.
I understand.
I want to do it, and if they don't like it, they can go fuck themselves.
All right, I appreciate the passion. I do understand that this is the kind of stuff that gives way to TDS and calling you guys racist. I mean, if you're going to play games with racism, you can't complain when people call you a racist, right?
No, they're going to call us that anyway.
Well, you're not helping your case by verifying it by getting on stage and doing that.
No, I'm not trying to help my case.
Okay, you watch the program enough. You know how many MAGA, and I see you in the comments that Mike is great. Oh, you know how many folks that I try to defend MAGA to and say, you can't say that they're all racism. You get out here and say something like that. You basically are saying you find racism funny.
Oh, sometimes, hell yeah, I find it funny. No, you know what I find funny?
What's up?
That people blow it way out of fucking proportion and pretend like they're holier than thou. And I've said this to you before. Everybody, I don't give a fuck who they are. Everybody is a little racist. Everybody. I don't care who it is.
I don't.
White
Well,
people, black people, Asian people, Indian people, Native Americans. Everybody's a little racist.
I think that is more correct than not, but I don't think everybody makes fun of it. And certainly not on a global stage. I mean, people overseas saw that shit. So I'm sure there are people in Germany right now like, damn, who did America just elect? I mean, everybody saw that. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I agree with you that everybody has, a little bit of intolerance or bigoted mindset or whatever, but that's the difference between a regular person is they try to keep that shit under wraps than somebody who goes on global television and does it in front of everybody. I mean, what's next? Fuck the world?
Yeah, but while half of the people over in Germany gasped, the other half stood up and threw a fucking hand up.
I better let you go before you get us all taken down. Gen X! God.
You have a great night, man.
All right, you making me feel like Jesse Smollett talking to your ass. I gotta move on. Appreciate you coming through.
All right, brother.
All right. Now how did I take you down last time? I forgot how to remove you before I go to the next caller.
I think I did the little X.
Okay, let me see here. I'm learning as we talk, and I appreciate you for helping me out with this shit.
That's why I called on this line so you could mess around with it.
Yeah, I see two people waiting, but I'm trying to see where the hell did I hit? You said the little X. I'm still not figuring it out. Let me see if I hit that X. That'll end the whole live. I don't want to do that. I'm still figuring it out. You said where's the little X at? You're telling me?
It's for me. It's up in my upper right hand corner. I don't know where it'd be for you.
All right, just go ahead and drop because I don't want to fuck the whole show up while we trying to play tech support here.
Okay, brother. You have a good night, man. I'll talk to you soon.
You too, and don't laugh at that bullshit. I gotta go. All right, man. Appreciate it. All right. Moving on with the program. That was the one and only Gen X. Is this a Trump is racist conversation? That shit got old because nobody can ever say a moment he was racist. So move on. I always bring up plausible deniability. And that's what has existed in our country throughout its history is that you can do some shit that's really racist. And there's always plausible deniability. What I just did is not racist. It actually meant that. Or I was actually doing it because of that. Because throughout history, very few people in power come out and say, I don't like them simply because of the way God made them. Nobody says that. Even right now with the transgender community, well, I'm okay with them. I just don't want to shove down my kid's throat. As if putting a transgender person with a contract with Bud Light was somehow shoving it down their throat. You got to look at the actions because the person is not going to admit it. So when you say that it gets so nobody can ever say a moment he was racist or move on. I've showed clips on the show. I mean, Trump tweeted out a video of a guy yelling white power. Why would you do that? Well, he didn't hear it, or like I said, there's always plausible deniability. Unless the person comes out and says, I don't like those people, anything else, there's always a secondary explanation or a secondary way to define it. So, based on that, nobody will ever be intolerant. You can always come up with a different reason for why they did it. Elon jealousy of Trump said a lot. You think Elon's jealous of Trump? First watch. The problem with the left is that they have a magnifying glass over Trump. That ain't something that you're going to escape by going to the right. Whoever said that in the comments, Johnny, friend of the program, Johnny. Yeah, you're not going to, if you believe that the left has a magnifying glass over the right has a magnifying glass over the left. Didn't you just hear me talking about Obama's brown suit and shit like that? Her tan suit? Or Kamala Harris's laugh? That's just petty as fuck. So you're not going to escape pettiness by picking one side of the aisle or the other. Both sides do it. I mean, I wouldn't doubt if she put on the wrong lipstick, if somebody said the color lipstick she had on was not right. People were petty on both sides of the aisle. You're noticing the dude not wearing a flag lapel pin, and you're gonna say they don't have the left in the spotlight. I can tell you for damn sure, if anybody on the left took an oath to defend the country and didn't put their hands on the Bible, it would be all over the right. So you're going to be petty about people's pettiness, says Let's. I'm handling the stories the way they come in. Are you trying to suggest that Trump takes an inauguration and doesn't put his hand on the Bible and nobody should discuss that? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Shouldn't even come up. We shouldn't even mention it. We actually have schools right now that are forcing kids to read the Ten Commandments, that are forcing the Bible to be part of the curriculum, and their common response is, well, America was founded on Christianity. But now you got the president doing that. Well, you shouldn't talk about that. That's petty now. Really? That doesn't make sense. Either we're founded on Christianity or we're not. You can't pick and choose when you want it to work for you. That's what that sounds like to me. Well, Trump fucked up, so now let's not talk about it. Once again, Instagram, I'll reset it real quick. So many great executive orders signed today. I got to go through my leak project live watcher. I'm curious to see. I'll have to watch the left because Fox News, anything that Trump did that's controversial, I watch a lot of Fox News. And anything he does that's controversial, they just skip over it don't cover it. Like the Bible thing I'm talking about. Fox News ain't going to talk about that more than 5 minutes. If a liberal did it, it would be on every segment for several days. But Trump did it, it's not going to be mentioned much. Other than maybe one of the few liberals on Fox may bring it up. And they'll say something like what some of my other callers, well, maybe he didn't see the Bible or something crazy like that. So I got to listen to the executive orders on left-wing media so I can hear what problems they have. Because Fox is only going to point out the good things he did, and anything that might be kind of crazy or controversial, they'll just skip or gloss over it. Will G says, we know you're racist when you say, I don't give a fuck who you are, and proceeds to say some foul shit. My hands are in the air. Let me go back to the box. For you folks that are watching on Instagram, I had to reset it. Instagram times out. We'll go on with the program, though. Really? That's someone's name. Good evening. Really? No plausible deniability said, well, I'm telling you how it works, though. No politician in history has ever really came out in America. No politician has really came out and said, I don't like them just because they're women, or I don't like them just because of the color of their skin. I don't know any American politician that said like that. I mean, you got guys who say segregation now, segregation forever, but they got other reasons other than I hate those people. They got other reasons why they claim they did it. Nobody comes out and tells you, I just don't like those kind of people. No politician I can think of, no governor, no mayor, no president, they don't tell you that. They come up with other excuses, plausible deniability. Really, I'll give it a moment to let the live reset because my last guest doesn't seem to be coming up. Day One News have enough for a month. Yeah, Trump is an interesting character. He gives you so much. I do 2 to 3 topics every day. While I'm doing my day job, I kind of, put together some material so I can keep the show interesting. And I try to come up with 2 or 3 interesting topics. If there's none happening, I don't do a show. I don't want to come on here and just be boring. So if there's nothing really going on, I don't do a show. But with Trump, there are days where I have 5, 6, 7 topics that I'm like, damn, which 3 of these can I pick? I mean, he just gives you so much content. Like all of these executive orders that he just signed today, I'm sure there's probably about 30 topics I could come up with out of that. So we'll see. I'll have to look at it after the live. Man, they are coming for your head earlier today. Yeah, that was on the other live. I don't mind it. Like I said, I don't mind. I like to go in MAGA forums. So Generally, if you catch me on social media in another forum, they're probably coming from my head because it's usually me against 2 to 5 people, and they're all against me. So, and that's what you saw today. I think it was about 3 to 5 people in there at any given time, and they were all MAGA, all Republicans, and I'm fine with it. You get cussed out. I got called ignorant 100 times, and retard and all that. It just, it is what it is. People get passionate. Let them get their opinion across. And I try not to throw it back, but it gets interesting. How can you defend the left as true patriot? It depends on what aspect of the left we're discussing. I think a woman should have a right to choose. I think that I can defend that. I don't think Christianity should be shoved down kids' throats in schools. I can defend the left on that. I can defend the right on some things. There are areas of what everything the left is doing is not wrong. Everything the right is doing is not wrong. So yeah, I can defend some things on the left, depending on what you're talking about. Women have the right to choose to close their legs, says Let's. Okay, that's your opinion. I do believe that a woman should have a right to choose, especially if she's giving birth to a baby that doesn't have a skull, like the one in New Orleans or in Louisiana, where they wanted to force her to carry a baby to term, even though the doctors were telling her there's a 95% chance this baby has no viability at all. So you force her to carry the baby to term, and now you're gonna make her pay all the medical bills and all of that shit that she should not have had to incur because you're trying to force it. You know how much money all that's going to cost? It's thousands of dollars that if she had been simply allowed to follow her doctor's advice, she would not have had to pay. Not to mention all of the damage to her body that carrying a baby with no viability, 9 months when it should have been a small period of time. All of that damage you're doing to her, all of the risk to her own, you're putting her through all of that shit. I can defend the left. There are things I can say. That is one of them. There are things you can defend the left on. Trump is using weapons of mass distraction. Be the back door, deals go through. Well, Trump is really good at distracting. There is no denying that. Rennie, good evening. Welcome to the program. How long was you a boss, Tim? I own property, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I had about 20 tenants, for 4 or 5 years. Rennie, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. You wanted to come. What was on your mind?
Yeah, so just back to what Elon did up on stage there.
Yeah.
To me, it almost like there's two things. He was talking about throwing his heart out there. When he was talking about as he was speaking about throwing his heart out there is when he did that.
I've heard plenty of people after, mass casualty events at schools. My heart goes out to the students. Thoughts of. I've never seen anybody do something like that.
No, neither. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that's what it. But then I'm wondering. Then I thought maybe he realized what he was doing and he caught himself after the
three times too. By the way, I've never seen somebody say my heart goes out and do something that strong. And I can hear you knocking on your chest when you're imitating. I've never seen somebody do something like that. And we have seen somebody do something like that. And like I said, it's usually a member of the Third Reich. It's not somebody saying my heart goes out to you.
I honestly didn't even realize he did it. I didn't realize he did it 3 times.
Yeah, he did it 3 times. That's not normal.
Go ahead.
No,
if he did it the one time, I don't even. Yeah, no, I apologize for that. I didn't realize that he had done it like that.
Yeah, I'll play the.
Went over my head. He didn't realize he went that far.
Okay, fair enough. It's only 38 seconds.
Important some or not, but this one, this one really matters. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you.
I think I saw 2 at least there, but the first one he did really hard too, by the way. I mean, that's, and like what my viewer Gen X said, that's pretty clear what he was doing.
Yeah, I just just remember him saying something about my heart goes out to you, and I actually thought that he had said that before he did it, but he said that after he did that. So that makes it in another direction now. So
Yeah.
I don't know it. He's probably, maybe that's the.
He might be somebody we need to keep an eye on. I think I must say that. Somebody, I mean, maybe you notice that Vivek Ramaswamy is no longer riding with the Department of Global Efficiency. Maybe because Vivek and his wife are not exactly the kind of people that Adolf would have been friendly with. So maybe Vivek and his wife is like, maybe we need to actually quit chasing power and realize what we were around, and you can run for governor of Ohio or something like that. Why are you hanging around this dude? So Vivek,
I know for sure.
huh?
Yeah, that's all. I just want like I said, to me, like I thought he said at first before he did the salute, my heart goes out to you, and that's when he did it. But he did say that after the fact. So. Yeah, but he's the way he's gesturing it too, right? Like, look at him right there.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, I'm about to say Uncle, DJ Julio rather says, you guys are there after your mockery. He's pointing at the people. He's not even pointing. It's a complete open palmed salute. He ain't pointing, and the people ain't above him. It's exactly what you think it is. Now, that's what I'm talking about, though, when I say plausible deniability. He's trying to make it sound like he's pointing at people.
Yeah, like always, handsome. I look forward to your show.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, bud. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks for coming through. All right, moving on with the program. Pointing at the people. What say you folks? Tap the screen, get the likes up. I haven't been soliciting that enough, I guess, because we should have been around at least 50,000 on TikTok. Tap the screen, get the likes up, show the program some love, smash that like button on YouTube. For any of you folks that may be tuning in the first time to see me or seeing this program for the first time, understand this is the way we run it. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So you're going to hear opinions on both sides. MAGA are my preferred guests, but I do get probably more liberal callers right now because of the platform it's on, which is TikTok is where you're hearing it from. More of my MAGA viewers are on YouTube, but we are on YouTube vertical, YouTube horizontal, TikTok, and Instagram as we figure out continually how to use Instagram. But we are on all platforms. If you favor this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any fear of being blocked, banned, or censored by the host, I'm going to ask that you follow the program, a subscription on YouTube if you will. Weekdays is when you'll find us. So appreciate that. People, especially dudes, saying close her legs, never got the opportunity to sniff the pussy, let alone get any. Damn, Will. Okay, so look, to me, it's a very unsympathetic approach to women. Close your legs if you don't want this happening. It's a very unsympathetic approach. I mean, what's next? You tell people they can't get access to diabetes drugs because you should have thought about that before you ate that cheeseburger? I mean, because that's kind of what we're telling them. You should suffer the consequences because you made an irresponsible decision. We all make irresponsible decisions if you really look at it, in America in particular. So, I don't know. To me, it's pretty harsh. It's not. Now, I understand the notion that being pro-life is saving the life of the unborn. My pushback on it is women can die in childbirth. You're not going to help that woman with the medical bills she has to deal with because of that. You're not going to really help her when the kid is born. You're forcing her to go through this. The whole concern is the kid. You don't give a damn about the woman. Even in some cases, if the woman's life is in danger, we're going to force you to have that kid. Like I brought up the woman in Louisiana. There was also Kate Cox, I think her name was, 31-year-old who had a child with a chromosome disorder in Texas. She was MAGA, by the way. And she was told, just like the woman in Louisiana who was black, the woman in Texas was white, and she was also told that, you got a child that's a non-viable embryo or fetus or whatever it is, and you need to get it out of you before your life is in danger. And she could not have that baby terminated in Texas. She had to go to another state somewhere and have it done. So once again, as I said, how much extra in terms of financial cost does she have to deal with because of that? Because she had to leave the state and go somewhere else, that's going to be a cost to that. Likely getting hotel rooms and things like that, that's a cost to that. Obviously, medical bills at a different physician than the one she had in Texas, that incurs a cost. Hopefully, her insurance company covered some of that. Out of network versus PPO. Like, you live in Texas, why are you flying to, Denver or some other city? Your insurance company may decide they don't want to cover some of that shit. And you may not have access to Luigi Maggione. So all of that is on her. All of that is. Like, what happens? Who covers all it? You could bankrupt somebody doing that to them. I guess we don't care about that, though. So that's why I'm pro-choice, because you're putting that person through a whole lot of shit. And you don't care about that individual. I would send the bills to Trump. Let him pay JoJo. Well, like I said, I can't hate on Trump too much because he promised to do this stuff, and he still won the women's vote. Mostly white women, but he won the women's vote. So you taking away women's rights. Well, women voted for him. So you can't blame the man for doing what he promised to do. And he absolutely made it clear he was pro-life. He even told Hillary Clinton that. During the debate, he told Hillary Clinton, I'm going to appoint pro-life judges, and rolling back Roe v. Wade could happen. Now, the judges lied about it during their confirmation, but he made it clear he was looking at it. Looking in the comments, First Watch says, only at 3 a.m. when I'm there last to be seen. I don't know what you mean by that, but let me go back to the box. Continuing on with the program, one of my subscribers there, Fuzzard. Good evening, welcome to the program, Fuzz. God created me in the image of a clump of cells. Jesus. Fuzz, good evening.
What's going on? So, you're talking all over the place. We could talk about that image above you. All hail. We got that. That's true. We want to talk about EOs for a minute, okay? And I just watched him sign a bunch of them, and we got some problems.
I have not got the lowdown, so you're the man to talk to. Give me some of the ones you got problems with.
Okay, first of all, we're gonna go from the least to the worst. Okay, there's so many things I want to talk to you about, but we're gonna do this. February 1st, Canada and Mexico tariffs. Boom. We're gonna start that February 1st. So that's gonna start.
Did he say what percentage?
I did not hear a percentage.
All right,
because he was kind of whipping through them, so he did not specify what was in each EO.
Okay.
And people would say, "What's that one you just signed?" And the guy would say, "Executive orders to Canada." Oh, those are good.
All right, but keep going. What else you got?
Okay, so this is a good one. He has gotten rid of all senior immigrant court officers. Sorry. So
Loyalists. Loyalists.
No.
No, I'm saying he's gotten rid of the senior ones and put in loyalists.
Oh yeah, loyalists. So yeah, it's all loyalists that are part of the immigration courts now.
It's getting dark. Damn, this is getting dark.
Hold on. Oh, I told you I'm going from light to dark. It gets worse. So the cartel terrorists, we know that. We also know that's going to allow us to go into Mexico with our military.
Our own little war.
According to us.
Yeah.
Right, according to us. Here's where it starts getting real good, Tim. Birthright. Go on.
Ending birthright citizenship. MAGA, that's a win for MAGA. They definitely wanted to get rid of anchor babies.
So I will say it says it defines. So what he signed defines birthright. I don't know what it entails specifically, so I will give him benefit of the doubt for now. But the signature says it defines birthright. That's
one executive order right there. We know that's going to go away the minute he is out of office. But keep going.
Has to.
Yeah, that's going to go away.
And the number one greatest thing he did today, all Jan 6.
Yeah, we talked about that. 1,500.
Enrique, good to go.
And that guy had like 20 years or something, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he even said, the ones that are violent and that beat the police, no, we have to look at those. No, all of them, good to go. Every one of them, good to go. The ones pleaded guilty and did their sentences, no, you're not guilty anymore. Well, they are guilty. They just, yeah.
You know, I don't favor this at all, but I totally understand it because at the end of the day, they were just trying to protect you. You knew you were lying to these people, and they were so sincere. These are true people who were truly patriotic to you that thought you were being wronged. You yelled fire in the crowded theater, and some of these people did things trying to save you that cost them everything they had. So he felt like, you know, at the least I gotta help him out because I'm the reason they in this. I understand why he did it. I'm not a fan of doing it, but then again, I'm not a fan of him lying about the election to begin with. But I understand why he did it because he caused it.
Yeah, 100%. So, but the problem with this is, and we've talked about this, I've tried to talk about it in other conservative lives. They don't want to hear it. I'm going to say it again. Article 14, Section 3 specifically says, blah, blah, blah. If you participate in any way, shape, or form in an insurrection, you are not eligible. Now, what it also says, if you give any comfort or aid to anyone that did. So the argument is, well, he was never found guilty of an insurrection. Well, those guys were.
Yeah.
He just now gave aid and comfort to 14 of them. The exact number was 14 of them.
So what does he do? Pardon himself on the way out?
No, what happens is the Congress gets together and say, hey, he's not eligible. Get him out. Kick his ass out of it.
Maybe you know that's an interesting point because if he losing the midterms, I mean, you never know. I don't know if the Democrat. I mean, they could try that.
But, he very well could. At any point, they could say he gave aid and comfort to those insurrectionists.
But there's two problems with this. First of all of the swings the Democratic Party have taken at him and the justice system have taken at him and missed at this point. I don't know if they want to embarrass themselves by trying to take another swing at him. The second thing is, if they try to do what you're saying, most likely it's going to go to the Supreme Court to interpret whether it was an insurrection or not, or whether he actually gave aid or whatever. I think it's a clear-cut case, as you're saying, but I don't feel confident the Supreme Court, if it came down to ruling against Trump, can be dependent upon. So.
And this is why we're so fucked in our country right now. Because we are literally, openly, and making it visible, we are saying, fuck you, Constitution. We don't care about being American. Fuck the Constitution. We're going to do it. We're going to do it our way from now on. And that's what this is saying. It's very dangerous.
I mean, I can't deny, there's no denying that the Supreme Court is pro-Trump. I don't think I see the comments, Helene Gross says the Supreme Court is corrupt. There's no deny. I don't even think MAGA feels confident that the Supreme Court would judge Trump fairly. He has an advantage. We all knew that when he was trying to deal with those cases. The goal was either to delay or get them in the hands of the Supreme Court because it was like a home base. I mean, we know if he gets that stuff in the hands of the Supreme Court, it's unfriendly territory. So that is kind of concerning.
Yeah, and I mean, it's scary times. This is kind of a funny thing. You were talking about the hand on the Bible thing.
Yeah.
It is funny that, from what I've seen, it didn't look like it. But he leans in to give Melania a kiss. Mm-hmm. She turns her face and then holds back her cheek and blocks him with her hat.
Yeah. Well, you know, he ain't.
He wouldn't even let him kiss her on the cheek. Literally takes her hat and blocks his kiss.
Damn. I actually believe that Melania Trump, at this point in her life in particular, she didn't even know Trump would still be alive, but she certainly at the very least was expecting to just be sitting back counting money. She was not expecting to have all these public duties and shit still at this point in her life. Like, motherfucker should be dead by now. Damn, he's president? Like, man, God, I don't want to be first lady again.
It won't be long. He's not. His life isn't going to make it 4 years, and his presidency definitely won't make it 4 years.
I don't know.
I mean, that poor bastard.
Whoa. When you said his presidency won't make it 4 years, you got to explain that.
Okay, well, so his life. Okay. 4 years of life, he's not going to. And
Whoa. You said he's going to perish. You said he's going to perish in the next 4 years?
He's a cheeseburger away, Tim.
Oh, no, I don't believe that.
Cheeseburger away.
You make it sound like the man is on his deathbed.
Dude, he's one cheeseburger away. I would love to see what his cholesterol levels are.
That man, I hear you, but that man can sit on.
This isn't even funny. Do you know why he eats at McDonald's so much?
Why?
Because he's a germaphobe and he knows the turnover of the food there is so fast that it can't create germs. That's the truth.
I'm surprised. I mean, you don't need to eat at McDonald's if that's the case. You got your own personal chef. I mean, like, you don't eat at McDonald's because he like that shit. I mean, you got your own chef. You don't need to eat McDonald's. If you wanna avoid germs, you definitely don't want to go have some dude cook for you that's only making minimum wage. Like, that ain't the place to do that. He likes what they sell.
I don't know, my friend. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
You're right.
He likes it.
Why did you serve that football team that just won the national championship? I believe it was Alabama.
I remember that. Yeah, Trump likes McDonald's. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm a big Chick-fil-A fan. You know, I like a nice heterosexual lunch, but I'm not a big fan of McDonald's. But I'm not hating on him for liking McDonald's. But it's like it ain't germaphobe. He just likes McDonald's.
You'd be surprised. But anyways, real quick, this is a quick little, hey, look up the difference between gender and sex. Two completely different things.
Well, yeah, sex can be going inside of somebody. I mean, I know what's the difference between.
No. The sex of a of course. Are you familiar with Old Millennial? Old Millennial.
Say that again.
Older millennial, you know who he is on this app?
No.
We'll talk another time. Anyways, it's not worth the conversation. But anyways, but the sex of a species is very different than the gender of a species.
Yeah,
extremely different.
Okay, the sex of a species.
So the sex is more black and white. So that's what you're talking about when there's one or the other. That's more black and white. Now, there's not only just two, though. Now, with Donald Trump and those executive orders, which were addressed today,
yeah,
you can't just put two genders down. There's several different genders.
Well, Trump by executive action, whatever science you're talking about has just been outlawed.
Well, the gender thing, right?
Yeah.
He wants to make gender sex, which is just.
You complicate me more than the average liberal. I got to read up on it. I won't go too. I have to see that.
All right, well, just learn the difference. It's not that complicated. It's a quick read. There is a difference between gender and a difference between sex. You sex a species.
So you're
literally just trying to figure out.
Because I'm an old dog. I'm like, either you got a dick or you don't. I mean, I have to look it up because you're complicating me. I don't know.
Well,
we're the
same guy.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right.
I know I look good. We're the same age.
All right, handsome fuzzard. All right, the handsome fuzzard. All right.
Talk to EOs real quick. Oh, and the last thing I wanted to say, I'm very disappointed with you giving credit to him ending the ban. God damn.
He is responsible for ending the TikTok. I do give Trump credit for us being on TikTok.
So do you think so you're saying TikTok saved?
90 days.
No. Okay, so that's one of the EOs today. He only wrote it for 75.
75.
Biden gave TikTok 90 days. Biden already did that.
Okay.
Biden gave him 90 days.
I can't speak on you stuff because I got to look at his orders. I got to look at those EOs. Yeah. I don't know. So until I see him.
Trump's executive order was for 75 days. Biden previously gave him 90 days. Said, hey, we're not going to press the charges. We're not going to do anything for 90 days. So you guys do what you want. Right. And then Trump did the whole hero thing.
Well, I'm giving Trump credit because the app, the actual TikTok people, when they opened up TikTok, they had it on the app. Thank you, Donald Trump, or it's because of Trump. They gave him credit, so I'm giving him credit because the people who restored it said he did it.
Who was not even in office when it was restored?
You know my shit. Trump been doing shit before becoming president. I mean, the whole time.
I know. You're giving him way too much credit.
All right.
Anyways, Tim, it's always a pleasure.
Same. You drive a hard bargain. That was Fuzzard. Real quick, let me see if I can bring up one of my Instagram guests. Let's see if it works this time. I think that was Gary. Was it Gary Brown there? I think it is. We'll give it a minute to see if it comes up. Trump supporters has no common sense, says Helene. It depends on who you ask. I'm gonna leave that alone. I could go a few places with that because, like I said, this whole defining a woman thing, they would say the left has no common sense. This guy would have been saying, trust the science with COVID. Well, trust the science. There's only two genders. That's what I always thought, but maybe I had to start talking to some scientists because I'm starting to have folks that are suggesting that there's more than two genders. It's new to me. It's new to me. So, like I said, I tried to bring up a guest. I guess that's not going to happen on Instagram, so I'll go back to the box on TikTok. Can I get 60 on the likes? Tap the screen, get the likes up. Can I get 60,000? Knock, knock. See that further. We'll make it happen. Rome, the Democrats have no common sense. I think both sides, if you really want to, really want to look at their things on both sides of the aisle to show people have questionable, I've seen things on both sides. Like to me, the whole January 6th thing, I see a whole lot of stuff in there that makes no sense to me. Ray Epps is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard, that Trump says go peacefully and patriotically. And some dude that nobody knows who the hell he is in regards to Ray Epps just convinced all these folks that flew out here, drove out here, caught a bus out here to defend Trump. And he said go peacefully and patriotically. And this dude who you don't know from a fly on the wall convinced you to do just the opposite. That makes no sense to me at all. That makes absolutely no sense. If you're that dumb, you deserve to spend a little time in jail. Fur the Great, rather. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I voted for Trump. What's the worst that can happen? Also, MAGAs, boo-hoo, my family and friends don't want to know me, and I'm losing my health care. Boo-hoo, they are deporting my mom's caterer too. Wow, yeah, you're talking about voters remorse. There's probably going to be some of that. Fur the Great, good evening.
What's up, Tim? How you doing?
You know what I always say, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So, we got a new president. What say you?
New president, same old shit, same
Really?
president. It's clearly already starting. I told you a couple days ago, the Barnum and Bailey Circus is back in town.
But you said new president, same old shit. So, in other words, he ain't no worse than Biden, just another politician.
Well, I get what you said earlier, but I told you months ago, I kind of like my politicians boring.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just making the sausage head down, shutting the fuck up. That type of shit.
As a content creator, it's always nice to have a topic or two to discuss. So a boring politician is not going to help that. But I kind of agree with you. It was nice to have somebody that is just in there. Now, folks don't feel that Biden was running the country effectively, so we can talk about that. But if somebody is in there running the country effectively, it would be nice if they just did that. And they were, like Suge Knight said, you don't have to worry about somebody singing in the videos and dancing in the videos. He was referring to Puff Daddy. I would love to have somebody in there that's not trying to hog the camera and be on screen all the time. Elon Musk looks like he's trying to do the same damn thing.
Well, and you kind of alluded to it a few times, and I know we've talked about it. He's petty. At what point do you get so far up the ladder that the small shit shouldn't bother you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
the giraffes don't worry about the mice on the ground.
Damn, that's a good analogy. I like that. Well, this one does, because he walks around looking. He's looking for somebody to blame, so he's always looking with his head down.
Yeah, that's why he keeps running in the walls, so to speak. But it is what it is.
Well, but are they not winning? Say what you want about MAGA, but you got to admit, he said if you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning back in 2015. Is he not doing that or what?
I think he said there's a high-end team when it comes to him. I believe he's winning. I think the jury's out, and I believe we're going to lose, but we will see.
Well,
but yeah, he's winning. He's winning.
Well, as Lady Hero had the guy say, Mama, I ain't never coming home again. I mean, the thing about it is, even though you ain't winning, you walk away feeling like you did. I've been to a couple of Trump rallies, and I got to say, there is an energy that's involved when you go there. You do feel the energy of being there. So even if you don't believe the people are winning, they walk away feeling like they are.
Yeah, that's what most Johns feel like too.
Mama, I ain't never coming home again. What do you say? Look, honey, I ain't never coming home again. You know, Lady Heroin. Yeah, I mean that's what it sounds like.
Oh yeah, you know, they wake up in the morning like, damn, was it really worth it?
Well,
Hey, we will see. We will see. But you know, there was a few things you was talking about.
Sure.
You know, the whole taxes things. That sounds great.
Yeah.
But do we want cops? Do we want roads? do we want firefighters to put out fires? I mean, it sounds good in theory, but if I'm wrong, you correct me. But no taxes paid for those.
Yeah, you're saying the same thing I said. In other words, the money has to come from somewhere. If you get rid of all of those taxable tips and taxes on overtime, that money got to be replaced from something else. And people, like you said, fire departments and civil servants are dependent on tax money. It's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, you know, so that just seems crazy to me. And the whole TikTok ban he saved or whatever.
You do give him credit for that, though. You give him credit for TikTok being saved, don't you?
I don't.
Why am I getting such a pushback on this?
Let me just say this. I don't give him all the credit. Let me just say that. I'll give him some.
All right.
Like I always say often about the man is that, and I told you about Elon and all these other businessmen, where they see it as a business deal to be made, they're for sale. And if you listen to him carefully, he said, you know, I think we can work out somewhere we get 50% of the company.
Yeah, he said we're going to make a lot of money. I heard him say that. We're going to make a lot of money. I definitely heard him say that.
You know, I don't know how we as Americans fit in, how we make money from that than other than what people are already doing on TikTok. Maybe that's what he meant.
And that's what I keep saying is that if he gets in there and he does all these great deals and you don't see your own personal finances change significantly, then somebody's getting grifted. If he's, you know, we buy Greenland, we end up getting the Panama Canal or getting rid of the cartel. If you personally do not see your own spending power increase significantly, somebody getting paid around you. If you're still working at the same damn job with a 2% raise every year, and you know these people making a killing, people getting paid around your ass.
Well, you know, it's just, like I said, it's hard not to believe this, you know, conglomerate of billionaires is not going to be anything but grifters for their sales, because it just seemed like reportedly that Elon was talking about buying their service, you know what I mean? So, and then you got your left hand or your right hand man, the president, saying that we can get 50 cents. Sound like they're negotiating right in front of us.
So what are you saying? What are you saying, that Trump essentially appointed the deep state or appointed the elite to his own cabinet?
Yeah, you know, when I hear deep state, I think of Star Trek and, you know, Bozo the Clown, because these people...
Bozo the Clown?
Yeah, man, that takes you back, right?
I mean, I can see Deep Space Nine and Star Trek, but Bozo the Clown?
I mean, because if you think about it, you know, these people talk about the deep state and how entrenched and how much they run. You know, it only made sense on the AI, you know, ear scratcher tip, you know, maybe then. But anything other than that, he's talking about these ruthless people, and they haven't touched him yet. So maybe they're just not that dangerous.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think history's going to judge him as being an untouchable guy, though. I mean, he's untouchable. I mean, he got to be the luckiest guy I've ever heard of. I mean, Trump, shit, say what you want about the guy. That is one lucky dude. Born, you know, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and things just got better from there.
Yeah, I mean, so to speak, but, you know, every dog has a day. You know, I'm a firm believer in karma and shit like that. So the universe usually doesn't get you when you know, all the way down. They try to get you when you're all the way up. So, you know, it's time that to tell.
Well, shit, he's talking about every dog has his day. The dude is like almost 80 years old. I mean, at this point, he's lived a whole lot. The only way he's going to have his day is if he get kidnapped by Hamas or somebody. I mean, he's had a good life. I mean, what could possibly happen at this point?
Well, he has 4 years to see. I'm just saying, you know, what is he going to do? Be inside all the time? I don't see him being outside.
Oh, you talking about earaches. You talking about Pennsylvania earaches.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, I'm just saying, what are you going to do? He obviously can't move like he was moving before these quote-unquote attempts, and I did put them in quotation because I still think it's an AI ear scratch.
Oh, my
God. In my humble opinion. But we ain't going to get on that. But, Did you talk about him talking about how he cheated?
Wait, what, say that again?
Did you talk about how he said he kind of alluded to cheating this election and he had kind of had it in the bag already?
Not this time, and I know he talked about vote for me or you ain't never. He said told the Christians vote for me and you won't have to vote again. I mean, he don't kind of alluded to it before, but what did he say recently?
No, recently he basically said, you know, he liked to thank Elon because he knew the computers and maybe his daughter-in-law kind of cheated. I think his words was a little bit. So I mean, I'm just saying, man, the dude insert foot in mouth, man. That's what happens when you give people enough room.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this. I asked one of my earlier viewers this, since you're talking about cheating and all this other shit. 4 years from now, 2028, do you think we're going to have what we had today, a smooth transition of power to whoever succeeds him?
No.
So you don't believe it either. So
no,
you,
I mean, man, people are creatures of habits. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you got habits. Maybe you get up every morning and piss between 3 and 4 o'clock. You know what I mean? So I mean, you're a creature of habit. He has a pattern of not transitioning well.
wow.
He has that pattern. I mean, till he shows us something different, like he's not going to bring us together because obviously that's not the kind of president he is.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't disagree. The goal is not unity. I mean, even if he does what some of the things that he says that are maybe beneficial to some of the country economically, he's not running a campaign of unity. I mean, you could bring us $2 gas and still divide us all up and down. I mean, he is running on division. I don't disagree with that at all. Let me ask you this. And I was on a
transition would probably create some kind of unity. He ain't for that. They ain't what buys. They ain't what people buy when it comes to him. Now I think they voted for the cruelty and they're getting it.
Liberal tears. I mean, that is they
on the libs. At all costs.
I believe that.
Like
yeah.
I've often told you.
I think
like
if
I've
Trump
often told you, I buy $10 gas a gallon because I weigh out what it's worth. Do I pay $2 and then worry about the cop just taking the $8 out of my pocket?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it ain't worth it.
Yeah. I think that if Trump got in there and he did operate from a standpoint of unity, let's say, for instance, he said, look, we did what it took to get in here and we need to unite for the good of this country. I think a lot of MAGA would be pissed off. They're in it for the fight. I do believe that he's running on division, and I think that a lot of folks want that. A lot of folks believe that Trump was being mistreated or that they were using the government to try, the justice system to try to weaponize it against him. They believe liberals tried to take his life. They believe he tried to steal the election. They want revenge. They don't want unity. They don't want to be friendly or working with the left. They want to be punitive to the left. So I do believe the whole running on division is kind of what a lot of his supporters want.
And I agree, but at what cost? You wanted cheaper gas and groceries.
Destruction.
So now on the libs,
destruction.
You're going to pay $30 for a grape.
Yeah, you said at what cost? Destruction. Just destroy as many liberals as you can. Wipe them off the face of the earth.
All right, so cut off your nose and spite your face. I mean, it's one of those things.
It worked for Michael Jackson.
Until it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. That is a great point.
Until it didn't.
Yeah. It's a great point.
R. Kelly had a good run until he didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I get it. I'm not here to say. I'm just saying, hey, I do a cost benefit analysis with most things in life, and I think most people do. You don't just go across a highway and be like, there's 3 cars coming 50 miles per hour. Let me just lightly, briskly jog. You better run it. So what I'm saying is, most people, y'all voted for what you voted for. In my humble opinion, you voted for the cruelty. But there's 2 sides to that coin. So you voted for the cruelty, you're going to get to all your mass deportations, and it seems like you're getting everything you wanted. But
they're going to get most of what they want. Well, he's going to try to get, in my opinion, he has 2 years to deliver most of his promises because you have the possibility of losing the House and Senate in the midterms, and I think that certainly this largest deportation and anchor baby shit. You said they voted for the cruelty. That's going to cost some people some races in some of the more swing areas. So chances are he will lose at least Congress because he barely has it now in 2026. So he definitely has to get as much done in these first 2 years that he can, because there's a possibility in 2026 they may even stop the damn wall from being built. So you got to get as much done now. So voting for the cruelty, we'll keep that in mind. That kind of sounds fairly accurate. I'll give you the last word. I got to move on.
Well, like I was saying, you voted for the cruelty. And like I said in the beginning of our conversation, Trump's been winning. He won his election, but in my humble opinion, our country lost. Because like you said, you're going to get the cruelty, but now we're going to pay. You was crying about $3 gas and the eggs are so fucking high. With these tariffs and all the economists, I'm not one. I trust plumbers to do plumber shit. I don't do it myself, so I'm going to trust the economists here. It's been telling us from the beginning that this plan, if he sticks to it, it's going to fuck us all.
Yeah. I like that. I trust.
The cruelty is worth it. Hey, go for it.
Not under that circumstance, but I like your analogy. I trust plumbers to do plumber shit. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming through. All right, moving on with the program. Will G says the only reason TikTok is giving credit to Trump is because they gave him a cool $1 million and he flipped on a dime, just like the EVs and the $400 million. He absolutely flipped on the vehicles, but one of his mandates was he got rid of the electric vehicle mandate today. But yeah, he was really critical of EVs and lithium batteries until Elon Musk came along. He did change his tune on that significantly. And I definitely believe Elon Musk throwing around money changed Trump on a lot of stuff. Trump, people say, well, he's rich, he can't be bought. No, he can be bought, just like any other politician. Remember when he was talking about taking away guns first before due process? Next day, the NRA got to him, let him know, you need to know who your voters coming from. And he totally went back on that as well. So he can be bought. He ain't beyond that just because he's rich. Will G says, this is how you know MAGA ain't shit, especially when it comes to Christianity. There is a super MAGA pastor named Mark Driscoll saying he doesn't want to pass broke and virgin, and the Bible is too woke. The Bible is too woke? Was woke even around? Jesus. The Bible is too woke? Mark Driscoll. Will you always be educating me with some shit? I ain't never heard of Mark Driscoll, but there is a super MAGA pastor named Mark Driscoll saying he doesn't want to pass broke and virgin, and the Bible is too woke. Yikes. Trump's money is very influential on you, Tim. Billy Wob, all money is influential on me if I got a chance to get some or be affected by it. So, and I am being affected by Elon Musk's money. I mean, Elon Musk bought his way into a position, and now he's on TV throwing up what looks like a symbol from the Third Reich. Elon would not be where he's at if he hadn't gave Trump all that money. He literally bought his way into American politics. He would not be there if he didn't throw money around. So yeah, I'm concerned about it. You notice they aren't talking about eggs anymore. Fuck around and find out. Get that H1N1 bird flu. Yeah, you don't hear a lot of MAGA talking about the price of eggs anymore. Now that Trump is in there and he's responsible for bringing the price down, you got to start. He just took office today. So I say give him at least a month or so before you start bitching about this. You got to give him time. He just put in a bunch of executive orders today. So you got to give him a little bit of time. But yeah, I say a month from now, you can start complaining about stuff because he was using phrases like day one, making it sound like this shit was going to happen immediately. Like the Russian-Ukraine war not ending. It's safe to criticize him on that now because he said he was going to get that done within 24 hours, even before entering the Oval Office. Well, he's in the Oval Office now. So you can criticize him on that right now. Right now, he's failing at that. Stephen Rollins, Tim, needs to be pardoned for the stupidity of spreading mainstream media bullshit when he knows they can lie. I don't even know what mainstream media bullshit. I don't even know what mainstream media is anymore because I think that, for instance, Fox News has a fairly large audience at this point. It's not mainstream, I guess, but Fox News is not honest. Obviously they're not fair and balanced, but they're not honest either. They tell, if you believe the left, or better yet, MSNBC is in the tank for the left, and you can't trust anything on MSNBC or CNN because they are, they're lying. Fox News does the same thing in reverse. Fox News is no more honest than MSNBC. And my humble opinion, after watching Fox News since the early 2000s, they actually are even more in the tank of Trump than CNN or MSNBC is in the tank of the left. And I'll tell you why. How many members of Fox News has either left the network and went to the Trump administration, or left the Trump administration and went to the network? MSNBC don't and CNN don't have a track record like that. Yeah, MSNBC preaches pro-left shit. I get it, but they're not leaving MSNBC and going and working for Biden or working for Obama. They are literally leaving Fox News and going straight into the Trump administration, or vice versa. He literally has an open border, so to speak, with Fox News. People working for the network appearing at his rallies on stage and calling his personal phone numbers and shit. And you see him out at games. I mean, he's hanging out at, attending games and festivals with the people. You don't see that from MSNBC or CNN like that. I've never seen Fox, Obama or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden out at a baseball game sitting next to somebody from MSNBC. I mean, they had literally like an open border between each other. Kimberly Guilfoyle leaves Fox News and damn near came close to marrying right into the Trump's family. Jesse Waters has been on Fox News hanging around Trump. Sean Hannity got his personal phone number. You got Laura Ingraham appearing on stage at rallies. Sean Hannity on stage at rallies. They're not doing that on MSNBC and Fox and CNN. They're not in that tight with the liberals. So it's Fox News is almost like Trump TV. They really are in with him. Will says, we know Trump is not any old politician. He painfully opens to money for anything and won't be surprised if Trump makes the military build the wall. Well, he's going to get the wall. I do know that. He's going to get the wall one way or another. Wow, all the juice and the dirt, says Major Blue. Well, what's the juice? What's the dirt? Let me know. Continue on with the program real quick. Welcome to the Red Kingdom, says 10-7. Yeah, what 10-7? Is that in service or out of service? 10-7, 10-8, and 10-7. I know what you're talking about. Is that in service or out of service? Because one of them mean you can kill somebody and say that person is now 10-8 or 10-7. When you get out of college, maybe you'll grow up. I don't know what that means. I've been out of college a few years. Tim, what happened to that brunette that was hanging and hugging on Trump during the campaign? I don't know. I do know what you're talking about, though, because we did a live on it before. We have done lives on it. I do know something. I'll tell you this. And maybe this is wrong of me to say. You're invited to tell me I don't know shit if you think I don't know shit. I don't block, ban, or censor. But my personal analysis, I don't think Melania Trump gives a damn if Trump is faithful or not. I don't think she's in it for that. I don't think she gives if Trump got caught with a broad or with a woman or with a biatch or a hoe, whatever you want to call it, I don't think Melania Trump would give a fuck. I don't think she's in it for that. I think she's in it for, longevity, make sure her son is taken care of. I don't think she was in it to be first lady. I don't think she really likes doing that. I think she's a young woman that married a rich dude and expected to be riding off into the sunset counting money by now. Like that, this motherfucker's still alive and he's actually running for president again. This is way more than I thought I was going to do. You should be dead by now. That's what I think. I think she was playing a role of Anna Nicole Smith or something like that. I don't think she was into it for all that. I think she was just trying to secure her future financially and got a lot more than she bit. You bit off more than you can chew. I think that's what happened. She married Boss Hog. Boss Hog from the Dukes of Hazzard. Who said that? Juicy D. Wow, that's a hell of a name. Maybe get some singles on the way home. Juicy D says she married Boss Hog. But yeah, I think when you look at Melania, she expected to, put in a little bit of work with a rich dude and cash in on putting in some work and, be a trophy wife of sorts. Not actually have first lady type duties where people are running around chasing you and putting cameras in your face and shit. asking you important questions where the answer matters. I expected to be on, you know, sitting in Tahiti, sipping on some shit, tanning. Not sitting in front of these folks with them demanding I actually speak with, you know, with conscience and talk about world issues. I don't think she ever signed up for that. And I don't think Trump ever asked her. I'm running, like a lot of folks, would not surprise me. Like I said, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but wouldn't surprise me if Melania Trump found out Trump was running for president via social media. Like somebody called him on, girl, did you realize, did you know he running for president again? Like what? Or the first time, I don't think he ever talked to her. You know, you hear Obama talk about, you know, I got to talk to her about, you know, my wife about this, or Michelle wouldn't agree. Didn't Trump make a joke today that said when this woman is mad at him and she calls him sir? Now he corrected it. He corrected it and admitted it was a joke. But didn't he say Melania Trump calls him sir when she gets angry? So now I don't think Trump has that I gotta ask my wife for permission type relationship at all. I really don't think so. Trump buys Tesla for $500 billion over 10 years. USA versus Saudi. Trump annexes and becomes king of Saudi. Can you think we're in a position? Let's say Trump did wanted to be in there for longer than 4 years, or wanted to be a dictator or something like that. You got a heavily armed population in this country. We are used to freedom. Do you think you could turn America into a dictatorship country? You think America would? I don't know. I'm not saying that we wouldn't, because there's a hell of a lot of people in this country that I've talked to some MAGA who said maybe it wouldn't be that bad if he was a dictator. I've had MAGA say that. I mean, look, he got a way better vision than any other president I've ever seen in my lifetime. So maybe it wouldn't be that bad if he was president for the rest of his life. I've talked to MAGA that's told me that. But I'm asking that question, do you believe that America would sit back and let a politician become a dictator, being there for longer than 4 years? What say you? I will say this. He has the politicians that matter, enough of them in his pocket so much. I'd say, I don't know, you know, in terms of how many, what is it, 205? How many, 200 and, I forget how many members of Republican Congress it is. I forget the actual number, but he has probably 95% of them in his pocket to the point where virtually anything he proposes, they're going to be down with it. So you still need a few liberals. I don't know, you know, if that's a possibility, but when you got Rick Ross and Snoop Dogg performing at your events, he clearly can flip people. So I want to think that our country would never fall victim to a dictatorship. But I will say this, and I'm not saying Trump will ever try to be a dictator, but like I said on my show yesterday, if he wanted to be one, he has everything in the kit to become one. Let's say there was a how to be a dictator kit. He has virtually everything that would come in the box to be one. He has enough politicians that are loyal enough that if, let's say they wanted to propose that, change the law where if you have an interruption in your term, you can run for 2 or 3 terms consecutively. You're going to get a large amount of the Republican Congress and Republican Senate that's going to vote yes on that. Right now, you would get that. Enough, I don't know if you'll get enough of them to do it. I'm not saying he would succeed, but what I am saying is that if Trump proposed a bill that allowed him to run for 2 or 3 more terms, I would say at least 30% of the Congress, 30% of the Senate right now would vote yes for that. There's enough of them out there that are in his back pocket right now. Now, 30% ain't enough to do it, so you gotta convert some more. But I do believe at least 30 to 40% of them right now would say yes, because he has enough politicians in his pocket that are not going to vote against anything he does. War against Mexico, taking over Greenland, annexing Canada against their will. There's at least 30 to 40% right now that would back most of that stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 56,000 on the likes. I solicited a little bit. Some of you folks are tapping the screen. I thank you for that. But I do got to step away. As always, you know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. I'm going to ask that you folks feel free to follow the program Monday through Friday, a subscription on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical, if you will. Having said that, I will see you folks tomorrow. You guys take care. Catch you later. For my Instagram users, I do want to talk to my Instagram users for a quick second as I step away from the other program.